request everybody to settle down. We will start in 2 minutes. Everyone to rise for the opening prayer to be led by the Honorable Mika Gonzalez. This will be followed by the singing of the national anthem. Let us put ourselves in the presence of our Lord, in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Heavenly Father, we come before you as we continue our solemn duty in the deliberations of this Committee on Justice. Grant us wisdom that is clear, hearts that are discerning, and minds that remain steadfast in the pursuit of truth. As we consider the impeachment complaints before us and determine the existence of probable cause, guide us to act with fairness, integrity, and fidelity to the Constitution and the rule of law. May we be free from bias, personal interest, or undue influence, and instead be anchored in what is just and right. Remind us, O Lord, that our decisions carry great weight for people in our nation. May we be instruments of accountability, yet also of prudence and humility. We ask for your guidance upon all those involved in these proceedings, that truth may prevail and justice may be served. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen. Bayang magiliw, perlas ng silanganan, alam ng puso, sa dibdib mo'y buhay. Today is April 22, 2026. The hearing of the Committee on Justice is hereby called to order. May I solicit the motion to dispense with the calling of the roll?
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Keith Flores.
Madam Chair, I move to dispense with the calling of the roll. There is a motion to dispense with the calling of the roll. Is there any second? Any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. May I solicit the motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes and for the approval of the same?
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Keith Flores.
I move to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the previous meeting and to approve the same, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the minutes of the last hearing, including the approval of the same. Do I hear a second? The same has been seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the motion is approved. The chair will address the committee. Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Good morning. Good morning. Before anything else, it is important that we begin by looking back. Because the work we have today is anchored on what has already been laid on record. Noong nakaraang pagdinig, April 14, we began by affirming our constitutional mandate, our exclusive power to initiate all cases of impeachment. Nasa atin ang unang galaw, nasa atin ang direksyon, at hawak natin ang beat. Ngunit nabanggit din natin na malinaw ang limitasyon ng ating papel sa yugtong ito. Hindi pa ito paghuhusga. Our task at this stage is simply to determine probable cause kung may sapat na batayan upang magpatuloy. As Congressman Benny Abante stated, sisilipin natin kung may usok. Dahil kung may usok, tungkulin nating hanapin kung nasaan ang sunog. During our last hearing, we formally recognized the complainants, Father Sabalia and his group, and of course, Attorney Cabrera. All of them were present, ready to face this committee and stand by their complaints. But there was one thing we could not ignore. Something that was right in front of us. The empty chair of the Vice President. Wala po siya nitong nakaraan. Habang nandito ang mga nagrereklamo, ang tanging humarap sa atin ay isang bakanteng upuan. And yet, with or without the presence of the Vice President, with or without her cooperation, tuloy ang mandato ng komite. At umusad nga ang ating pagdinig noong araw na iyon. First, we formally received subpoenaed documents, all of which are now part of our record. Second, we heard the statement of Ramil Madriaga, who testified for the very first time in a public hearing. Through his supplemental affidavit, we were confronted with a staggering allegation that confidential funds were spent not just in 11 days, but were purportedly disposed of within a mere 24 hours. Hindi 11 araw, sa halip 24 oras. oras na naubos sa loob lamang ng isang araw. Mabigat ang mga binitiwang salita ni Ramil Madriaga at minsan pa siyang naiyak habang binabasa ang kanyang supplemental affidavit. To back his words, he signed a bank waiver to prove that he has nothing to hide. During one exchange, Congresswoman Janet Garin recalled the family controversy and could not hide her frustration upon hearing Ramil Madriaga's allegation that the Vice President's campaign may have been financed by family, an assertion that if proven further deepens the seriousness of the issues now before this committee. Third, and with the help of Congressman Joel Chua, we have adopted the records from the Committee on Good Government and Public Accountability, the testimonies of various resource persons regarding the envelopes and the questionable receipts and other statements given in that legislative inquiry are now officially part of this impeachment process. Fourth, we heard from the NBI expert and their findings are very clear. Kinumpirma nila na base sa kanilang pagsusuri, several question signatures were actually signed by one and the same person. This proves that there was a pattern, and it raises even more questions about who was really behind these documents. Magkakaiba ang mga pangalan, ngunit iisa ang perma. I will repeat, magkakaiba ang mga pangalan, ngunit iisa ang perma. Fifth, we heard from a representative of the PSA who confirmed that several personalities appearing in the records have no corresponding entries in official civil registries. Kabilang dito ang kontrobersyal na pangalang Mary Grace Piatos na batay sa kanilang verifikasyon ay walang umiiral na PSA record. Si Mary Grace Piatos ay wala sa data ng PSA. Sixth, we heard from Attorney Gloria Camora of the COA, who confirmed that the Commission proper has resolved the Vice President's appeal on the notice of disallowance, effectively affirming that this allowance covering more than 73 million pesos. She further disclosed that the COA has issued 3 additional notices of disallowance, indicating continued deficiencies in compliance. These developments lend significant weight to the financial irregularities under examination. As noted by Congressman Chel Jokno and Congressman Antonio Tino, this effectively render the Vice President liable to return all these amounts. 73 million pesos plus 375 million pesos to the National Treasury. Ang Vice Presidente ay may pananagutan na ibalik ang 73 million plus 375 million to total of 448 million sa ating national treasury. And when we heard all these resource persons, the committee will note that while I disallowed certain probing questions to ensure fairness, I nonetheless permitted all inquiries that sought to clarify truth. On that note, the records will reflect that the arguments regarding the difference between credibility and character, as well as the confusion between page numbers and dates, were stricken from the record. We have done this to maintain the integrity and order of these proceedings. Sa kabuuan, what we saw was not a single piece of evidence, but a body of evidence. Hindi pa isa-isa, kundi magkakaugnay. But after the hearing, the story did not end there. Sa katunayan, doon pa lamang nagsimula ang mas malakas na ingay sa labas. Marami ang nagulantang, marami ang nag-react. The hearing became the subject of headlines, discussions, statements, particularly from the Vice President. However, it is worth noting that instead of addressing the core issues, the focus shifted to a peripheral matter, ang academic performance umano ng Vice Presidente nung siya'y nag-aaral pa. Samantalang, ang mas mabibigat na usapin tungkol sa confidential funds, sa mga dokumento, sa mga transaksyon ay nananatiling hindi direktang nasasagot. Kumbaga, sa 100 ebidensya, isa lang ang pinupunteriya. Let me be clear. This committee will not take anything at face value, whether said inside this hall or outside of it. Hindi tayo basta maniniwala sa ingay. We will evaluate everything dahil ang katotohanan ay hindi matatagpuan sa mga press release. Ito ay nakasandal sa mga dokumento at sa mga salaysay na sinumpaan. Sa totoo lang, nagos na nga tayo. Tila ginagaslight pa tayo. Ang mas mahalagang tanong ay kung nasaan ang pera. Ngunit ang sagot sa atin ay tungkol sa grado sa kolehiyo. And the worst part, this explanation is not being made here, but everywhere else. Ang gusto natin ay testimonya sa ilalim ng sumpa. Pero ang ibinibigay sa atin, press release at content sa social media. Again, let us be clear. Hindi tayo basta maniniwala. We will evaluate everything. Madriaga's testimony, COA documents, NBI findings, PSA certifications. Lahat ng ito ay kailangang iharap dito. Suriin dito. Timbangin dito. Pero dapat dito. Humarap ang kailangang humarap. Manumpa at magpaliwanag. Dito sa committee ito. Because this is the proper forum. wishing to clarify, the best and the only place to do that is here, before this committee, under oath and on record. And that brings us to today. Ngayong April 22, malinaw, the work of this committee continues. Ang mga isyong inilahad ay hindi natapos noong nakaraan. Today, we expect further evidence from the Office of the Ombudsman, from the Bureau of Internal Revenue, from the Securities and Exchange Commission, and especially from the Anti-Money Laundering Council. We also anticipate testimonies that will help contextualize the data before us. That includes from former Senator Sani Trillanes. Kung mapapansin ninyo, ang pag-uusapan natin ngayon, mga numero, SALN, tax records from BIR, reports from AMLC. This is the part where the numbers have to be studied, compared, analyzed, and numbers, take note, unlike people, numbers do not have motives. Numbers do not lie. Again, numbers do not lie. At dito po, nagiging mas mabigat ang usapan. Because when we speak of numbers, we are no longer dealing with opinion, spin, or even narrative. We are confronting cold, unyielding facts. Hindi ito napapakiusapan. Hindi ito natatakot. Hindi ito napipilit magsinungaling. A number either matches or it does not. At higit sa lahat, hindi po ito basta numero lamang. Pera ito ng taong bayan. Pera ito ng manggagawang Pilipino na araw-araw kumakayod, ng pamilyang nagtitipid para makabayad ng buwis, ng bawat Pilipinong umaasa na ang kanilang ambag ay napupunta sa tama. A peso is either accounted for or it is missing. At kapag pinagsama-sama ang mga numerong ito mula sa SALN, BIR, AMLC, they begin to tell a story which no press conference can rewrite, no diversion can erase. Because numbers, once laid bare, speak with a clarity that cuts through noise. And when they point to a discrepancy, they do not whisper. They demand to be answered. Kung ayaw magsalita ng tao, kung ayaw humarap ng vice-presidente, hayaan natin na ang mga numero ang magkwento. Sa hearing na ito, we shall therefore enter the territory of forensic truth. Sa pamamagitan ng mga numerong ito, malalaman natin ang tunay na pagkatao sa likod ng desisyon. Siya ba ay tunay na public servant o isa pa lang private billionaire? At ang direksyon natin ngayon ay simple, ngunit matibay. We follow the evidence wherever it leads. Hindi maingay. Hindi tayo lilihis sa proseso. Ang ating sandigan ay ang konstitusyon at ang ating layunin ay ang katotohanan. Because in the end, ang tanong ay hindi kung sino ang pinakamalakas ang boses. Hindi kung sino ang pinakamaingay sa labas, kundi kung saan tayo itinuturo ng ebidensya. As we see it now, the chair right before us, it remains empty. At tila, sanay na po tayo sa tanawing iyan. Ngunit kahit bakante ang upuang iyan, even if that chair remains empty, this room is full of the people's questions. Napakaraming tanong. Mga tanong na sa kabila ng pag-iwas, hindi mawawala. Sa kabila ng pananahimik, hindi maglalaho. Mga tanong na kailanman ay hindi kayang takasan ng bakanteng upuan. Not today. Not anymore. Let the evidence speak. Let the numbers testify. Let the chips fall where they may be. Let us finally resume this hearing. With that, this committee shall proceed.
Madam Chair.
The Chair, the Honorable Sua. The Chair directs the Committee Secretary to call the case.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Impeachment complaints against Vice President Sara C. Duterte, filed by Reverend Father Joel Saballa et al. And endorsed by Representative Laila M. De Lima, and filed by Attorney Nathaniel G. Cabrera, and endorsed by Representatives Bienvenido M. Abante Jr. and Francisco Paulo P. Ortega V.
Let it be placed on the record that the Committee Secretary called the Vice President, and it appears that the Vice President is still not present in our hearing. The Chair likewise directs the Committee Secretary to call the complainants, at least to be acknowledged. COMSEC.
The complainants in the Saballa et al. Impeachment complaint: Father Joel Tadena Saballa, Father Rogelio del Rosario, Sister Geraldine Denoga DC, Pinky Tam, Father Joselito Sarabia CM, and Pastor Leonardo Arevalo, and the counsels for the complainants, Attorney Amando Virgil Ligutan and Attorney Stephen Magallon.
The Chair acknowledges the presence of complainants in Saballa et al. Complaint. The second impeachment complaint, COMSEC, please.
For the Cabrera impeachment complaint, Attorney Nathaniel G. Cabrera, complainant.
May we know if Attorney Cabrera is present? No one answered. Let it be placed on the record that while the Saballa et al. Complainant are present, Attorney Cabrera is not present in our hearing today. The Chair likewise directs the Committee Secretary to call the resource person for today's hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On behalf of the Committee on Justice, we would like to acknowledge the presence of the following resource persons. From the Office of the Ombudsman, Ombudsman Jesus Crispin C. Remulla, Assistant Ombudsman Jose Dominic F. Clavano IV, Assistant Ombudsman Luis Gonzaga S. Bonoan Jr., Assistant Ombudsman Armando S. Sanchez Jr., Attorney Karen S.
Madam Chair. could we ask those called to acknowledge that they are present?
We are requesting the resource persons to please rise as your names are called.
And we already saw the appearance and the acknowledgement of our colleague, Congressman Ombudsman Remulla. Thank you.
For the succeeding resource persons, please rise as your names are called by the committee secretary.
Attorney Karen IC of the CRD, Attorney Jeffrey L. Ravelo, GIPO 3, Assistant Ombudsman Eliseo DC Cruz, Assistant Ombudsman Margaret Andaman. From the Bureau of Internal Revenue, BIR Commissioner Attorney Charlito Martin R. Mendoza, Deputy Commissioner Attorney Larry M. Barcelo, Deputy Commissioner Attorney Marisa O. Cabreros, OIC Regional Director Narciso T. Laguerta, Revenue District Officer Trinidad A. Villamil, Revenue District Officer Jefferson B. Taboga, Mr. Charlie I. Esto, OIC Revenue District Officer Joseph B. Arguelles, Revenue District Officer Joseph Melchor D. Emalia, OIC Revenue District Officer Ellen Estampus, Miss Celia Rizalinda A. Mabanag, Miss Anne Lorraine C. Garcia Marquez, Attorney Rachel Caroline Villachon, Mr. Rupert Amil, from the Securities and Exchange Commission, Attorney Gerardo F. Del Rosario, Attorney Romuald C. Padilla, Assistant Director Algin M. Lacanaria, from the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Executive Director Attorney Ronel U. Benaventura, Attorney Anthony Lawrence M. Morales, Attorney Arnold T. Cabanlit, Attorney Erano A. Dumale, and former Senator Antonio Sani F. Trillanes IV.
Thank you.
That's all, Your Honor.
Except for the resource persons who have taken their oath already during our last hearing on April 14, may we request the rest of the resource persons to please rise so that the oath will be administered. Comsec, please.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee? Thank you.
For the organized presentation of our evidence and resource persons, the chair would like to announce the order of presentation of our resource persons. The first will be the Ombudsman, followed by the AMLC, and then the BIR, and then the SEC, and last will be former Senator Sani Trillanes. We will be following the said order. Before we proceed to the presentation of our resource persons, may we know from the COMSEC whether the documents submitted during the last hearing, that is April 14, have been furnished to the Vice President, the complainants, and all the justice members. COMSEC?
Your Honor, the documents received on April 14 from the Securities and Exchange Commission, the Commission on Audit, the Bureau of Internal Revenue, insofar as the transmittal only, were received on April 14, and on April 16 we received from the Commission on Audit the decision number 20-26-171 dated April 10, the notice of disallowance and transmittal. These were sent to all members of the Committee on Justice, regular and ex officio, and as well as to the respondent and counsel and complainants and counsel, Your Honor. As far as the submissions of the Securities and Exchange Commission and the Commission on Audit were concerned, these were sent to the Office of the Vice President on April 15, 5:56 p.m. and acknowledged by the Central Records Unit of the same office. It was also sent to the complainant Saballa et al. To Attorney Amando Virgil Ligutan on April 21, 3:16 p.m. and acknowledged on April 21, 3:50 p.m. It was also sent to Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera on April 21, 2026 at 3:16 p.m. For the April 16 submission of the Commission on Audit, it was sent to the respondent, Office of the Vice President, and for two Narvasa and Salazar on April 16 and acknowledged by the Central Records Unit of the Office of the Vice President on April 17, 10:25 a.m. It was also sent to the complainants, Saballa, to Attorney Amando Virgil Ligutan on April 16, 8:26 a.m. and acknowledged on April 21, 7:38 a.m. It was also sent to the complainant, Attorney Nathaniel Cabrera, on April 21 at 3:16 p.m. As far as the documents from the Bureau of Internal Revenue are concerned, the transmittal only were sent to the respondent and counsel on April 21 at 10:54 a.m. and to the complainants on April 21, 10:56 a.m. for the Saballa et al. Impeachment complaint, and for the complainant Attorney Nathaniel G. Cabrera, it was sent on April 21, 10:56 a.m. That's all, Your Honor.
Thank you, Comsec. We shall now commence the presentation of our resource persons, including the documents that they will be submitting to this committee. The floor is now open for clarificatory questions of the Justice members.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Chua is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, since nandito na po yung ating ombudsman, base po sa imbitasyon ng subpoena na itong committee, pwede po ba ako mag-proceed para sa aking clarificatory question?
You may proceed, Honorable Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Ombudsman, kayo po ay naanyahan ngayong araw para makapagdala po ng SALN ng ating Vice President base po sa para po makatulong sa amin sa determination of probable cause sa SALN violation or sa ill-gotten wealth. O pwede ko po bang matanong kung dala po ninyo yung SALN ng ating Vice President?
Magandang umaga po. Dala po namin ang mga SALN na inihingi po ng komite ayon sa subpoena doon sa STECOM na inyong ibinigay sa amin.
May we direct the committee secretary to receive the copy of the SALNs, which are being submitted by the Office of the Ombudsman, so that the same will form part of the records of our proceeding. Ombudsman?
Bago ho nagsimula ang ating pagdinig, ibinigay na po namin ang mga kopya ng subpoena. Para yung mga kopya ng mga dokumentong hinihingi ng komite sa amin.
The committee notes that the Ombudsman already submitted ahead of the commencement of this proceeding. Honorable Chua?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, gusto ko pong tanungin ang ating ombudsman kasi base po dun sa paragraph 107 ng Saballa complaint, ang ating pong Vice Presidente ay naging Vice Mayor ng Davao noong taong 2007 hanggang 2010. At siya rin po ay naging alkalde ng Davao mula 2010 hanggang 2013, 2016 hanggang 2019 at 2019 hanggang 2022. But I notice, Madam Chair, ang naibigay lamang sa ating mga dokumento dito ay mula 2016 hanggang 2024. Pwede ko po bang malaman nasaan po yung SALN noong taong 2007 hanggang 2015 nung ang ating pong Vice President ay Vice Mayor at Mayor ng Davao?
isang isang paglilinaw. Kasama ko po dito ang aming opisyal ng Ombudsman, si Attorney Karen Batu ng Central Records Division upang sumagot po sa mga tanong na partikular tungkol po sa mga dokumento sapagkat hindi ko po nakakikita itong mga dokumentong ito sapagkat iba po ang aking ginagawa sa Office of the Ombudsman. Maaari po ipasa po ang mikropono kay Attorney Karen Batu.
We recognize Attorney Batu. Please answer the question.
Good morning, Your Honor. Based po dun sa submission namin earlier before the proceedings, kasama po sa sinabit namin yung 2007 to 2012 SALN ng ating Vice President. May certification din po tayo na yung subpoena po kasi is from 2007 to 2013, 2016 to 2022. So yung 2015 po hindi po kasama sa mga sinasabina sa Office of the Ombudsman. Ang kulang lang po sa mga sinubmit namin.
Attorney Batu, if I may interrupt, kindly speak closer to the microphone.
Sorry po. Ulitin ko po, Your Honor, meron po kaming sinubmit 2007 to 2012. Yung pong mga SALN na yon came from our office of the area office from the Mindanao. Kasi sila po yung repository or custodian ng SALN during the time na City Vice Mayor and Mayor po yung ating Vice President. So we requested pa po. So kasama
hanggang 2024.
Kasama po yun sa binigay po namin sa COMSEC ngayon.
Okay. Anyway, with that, siguro magsisimula na lang akong magtanong from 2016 to 2024 dahil yun lang ang meron akong record dito at hindi po sa akin na ibigay ng...
If I may interrupt, Honorable Chua. COMSEC, please be directed to provide copy of the SALN submitted by the OMB to the justice members.
1
and
minute,
later
Mrs.
to the complainant and the respondent.
Thank you. 2000... Okay. Okay. May I proceed now, Madam Chair?
May proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, gusto ko pong tanungin ang ating kagalang-galang na ombudsman. Base po dito sa SALN na isinumiti po ninyo dito sa committee, maaari niyo po bang i-confirm na yung SALN po ng ating Vice President noong taong 2007 habang siya po ay Vice Mayor ng Davao, ay may declared net worth na 7.250,497,000.
For the guidance of the justice members, the question is anchored on the 2016 SALN. So,
2007.
2007. COMSEC kindly flash the concerned SALN for the guidance of the members.
2007. Declared net worth.
Your Honor, I will just read the content ng 2007 SALN ng ating Vice President. And it is stated here na ang kanyang net worth is 7,250,497.
Okay, so kino-confirm po ninyo. Tama po.
Yun po yung nakalagay dito
Yes,
sa SALN
thank
niya.
you po.
Can we flash the amount of net worth? There. 7,250,000.
Alright. So dito po sa 7,250,000 sa kanya pong SALN, magkano po yung kanyang diniklara na cash at saka cash deposit?
Again, reading from the SALN submitted by the Vice President, yung cash on hand and bank niya for the year, various years acquired is 2 million.
2 million. Okay, thank you po. Doon po sa kanyang 2008, sabi po niya, ang declared net worth po ng ating Vice President at that time, Vice Mayor po siya, noong 2008, is 18.493,616.65. Tama po ba to? Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, based on the 2008 submitted SALN, the net worth of the Vice President then is 18,493,616.65.
Okay. At magkano naman po ang dineklara niyang cash at cash deposit po sa kanyang SALN noong 2008?
Ang declaration po niya dito sa kanyang 2008 SALN is 2 million din po, Your Honor.
2 million ng cash. Salamat po. Punta po tayo sa kanyang SALN noong 2009 habang siya po ay Vice Mayor ng Davao. May declared net worth po siya na 18,821,264.65. Tama po ba?
Please flash 2009 SALN.
Your Honor, again, reading from the 2009 submitted SALN of the Vice President, ang kanyang net worth then is 18,281,264.65.
Ano po? 18 million
281,264.65.
at 281, sorry. Okay. At magkano naman po ang kanyang dineclare na cash at cash deposit po dito?
Based on the submission of the Vice President, the cash on hand bank was 2,800,000 po.
2,800,000. Maraming salamat po. Dumako naman po tayo sa 2010 na SALN ng ating Vice President habang siya po ay Vice Mayor ng Davao. Meron po dito nakadeclared na net worth na 16,242,886.65. Kinukumpirma po ba ninyo to?
Your Honor, again, based on the submission of the 2010 SALN by the Vice President, her net worth then was 16,242,886.65.
Maraming salamat po. At magkano naman po yung halaga na dineklara niya na cash at cash deposit po sa kanyang SALN noong 2010 SALN?
Based on her submission, the cash on hand bank during the time was 3,661,622.
Correct. Maraming salamat po. Dumako naman po tayo sa 2011 na SALN po ng ating Vice President habang siya po ay Vice Mayor ng Davao. May declared net worth po siya na 14,271,140.45. Kinukumpirma po ba ninyo to?
Your Honor, reading from the from the 2011 SALN submitted by the Vice President, her net worth then was declared as 41,148.40.
At magkano naman po ang halaga ng kanya na dineklara po niyang cash at cash deposit sa kanya pong SALN noong 2011?
The declared cash on hand bank for the 2011 SALN was 3,931,125.80.
Okay. Dumako naman po tayo sa kanyang 2012 na SALN habang siya po ay Vice Mayor ng Davao. Meron po siya ditong declared net worth na 22,101.93. Ba ninyo to?
Again, Your Honor, reading from the submitted 2012 SALN of the Vice President, her declared net worth was 22,116,101.93.
At magkano po yung kanyang dineklarang cash at cash deposit po sa nasabing taon, 2012?
Your Honor, yung declared cash on hand bank niya for the 2012 SALN was 4,320,532.
Okay, maraming salamat po. Pumunta naman po tayo sa kanyang 2016 SALN habang siya po ay alkalde po ng Davao. Dito po meron po siyang declared net worth nilang mag-asawa, no? 34,895,997. Ito po ba'y kinukumpirma ninyo?
Again, Your Honor, reading from the submitted SALN, 2016 SALN by the Vice President, ang nakalagay po dito na net worth niya is 34,895,997.
Maraming salamat po. At magkano naman po yung kanyang diniklara na cash at cash deposit sa kanyang 2016 SALN?
Dito po sa kanyang 2016 SALN, ang nakalagay po na cash on hand bank, 3,750,760.
Maraming salamat po. Dumako naman po tayo sa kanyang 2017 SALN. Habang siya po ay alkalde ng Davao City, sabi po sa kanyang SALN, siya po ay nagdeklara ng 44,828,759. Kinukumpirma po ba ninyo to?
Your Honor, reading from the submitted 2017 SALN of the Vice President, her net worth then was 44,828,759.
Maraming salamat po. At magkano naman po yung kanyang declared cash at cash deposit noong taong 2017?
Based on her submission, Your Honor, the cash on hand and bank was declared to be 6,368,596.
Maraming salamat po. Tumako naman po tayo sa kanyang 2018 SALN habang siya po ay alkalde po ng Davao City. Tama po ba na ang declared net worth po nilang mag-asawa ay 49,699,728? Kinukonfirm po ba ninyo to?
Your Honor, again, I'm reading from the 2018 submission, SALN submission of the Vice President. Ang kanya pong declared net worth then was 49,699,728.
At magkano man po dyan yung kanyang declared na cash at cash deposit noong taong 2018?
Based on her submission, Your Honor, ang declared cash po niya was 3,795,000.
Alright. Dumako naman po tayo sa kanyang 2019 SALN habang siya po ay alkalde po ng Davao City. Ang kanya pong declared net worth nilang mag-asawa ay 55,613,051. Tama po ba to? Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, I'm reading the 2019 SALN submitted by the Vice President, and it is stated here that her net worth for then was 55,613,051 po.
At magkano naman po yung kanyang cash at cash deposit noong taong 2019?
Your Honor, based po dito sa submission niya ng 2019 SALN, wala po nakadeclare na cash on hand.
Wala po, walang cash or cash deposit na diniklara? 2019. Tignan po ninyo na maigi.
Your Honor, after checking it again, wala po nakalagay na
Alright.
cash on hand.
Wala pong cash on hand. Dumako po tayo sa kanyang 2020 na SALN habang siya po ay alkalde ng Davao. Meron po siyang diniklear na net worth nilang mag-asawa 56,583,735.01. Kinukumpirma po ninyo to?
Your Honor, again, reading from the submitted 2020 SALN of the Vice President, ang declared net worth po niyan at the time was 56,583,735.1.
At magkakano naman po yung kanyang cash at cash deposit noong taong 2020?
Your Honor, based on this 2020 SALN, wala pong nakadeclare na cash on hand or cash deposit ang Vice
Wala rin
President.
pong cash tsaka cash deposit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Paki-double check po ninyo.
Your Honor, after checking it, we can confirm na wala po nakalagay na cash on hand or deposit na declared sa 2020 SALN of the Vice President.
Okay, thank you po. Punta po tayo sa kanyang 2021 na SALN habang siya po ay alkalde ng Davao. Ang kanya pong declared net worth nilang mag-asawa po dito ay 65,308,841. Tama po ba? Kinukumpirma po ba ninyo to?
Your Honor, again, I'm reading the 2021 SALN submitted by the Vice President at ang declared net worth po niya was 65,308,841.
At magkakano naman po yung kanyang declared na cash at cash deposit sa kanyang SALN noong 2021?
Your Honor, based on the 2021 submitted SALN of the Vice President, wala pong declared cash on hand or bank deposits.
So, noong taon na po, nawala siyang declared, 19, 20, 21, tama po ba?
Based on the submitted SALN, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Dumako naman po tayo sa kanyang 2022 na SALN habang siya po ay Vice President. Ang kanya pong declared net worth nilang mag-asawa ay 71,058,841. Tama po ba? Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, again, I'm reading the 2022 SALN submitted by the Vice President at ang kanyang declared net worth for that year was 71,058,841.
At magkano po yung kanyang declared na cash at cash deposit noong taong 2022?
Your Honor, based on the 2022 SALN submitted by the Vice President, wala po nakadeclare na bank na cash on hand or bank deposits.
Pakisiguraduhin po ninyo, baka namamalikmata lang po kayo.
Give us a few seconds, Your Honor. Your Honor, based on our second look for this SALN, wala din po talaga nakalagay na cash on hand or bank deposit.
Okay, so pupunta po tayo sa 2023. Dito po, meron pong sa kanyang SALN, meron po siyang declared net worth nilang mag-asawa, no? 77,508,841. Do you confirm this?
Your Honor, based on the submitted 2023 SALN of the Vice President, ang nakalagay po na net worth niya for that year was 77,508,841.
At magkano naman po yung kanyang declared na cash at cash deposit noong taong 2023?
Your Honor, based on the 2023 SALN submission by the Vice President, wala pong nakalagay na cash on hand or bank deposits declared.
So sa 2023, wala pa rin po.
Wala po, Your Honor.
Okay. So, punta naman po tayo sa kanyang declared SALN for the year 2024. Ang sabi po dito, meron po siyang declared net worth na 88,512,370.22. Tama po ba to?
Your Honor, based on the 2024 SALN submitted by the Vice President, the declared net worth then was 88,512,370.22.
At magkano po yung kanyang cash deposit? Declared cash at saka cash deposit noong taong 2024.
Your Honor, reading from the 2024 SALN of the Vice President, wala pong nakadeclared na cash on hand or bank deposit for that year.
Wala pa rin po?
Yes, Your Honor.
So sa madaling salita, yung kanya pong cash na dineclare was only from 2007 up to 2018. Tama po ba?
Based on our received copies of the SALN, Your Honor, yun po yung lumalabas na years na meron po siyang declared cash on hand and bank deposits.
At noong 2019 at 2024, kahit na 5 po, wala po siyang dineklara na cash at saka cash on hand. Tama po ba?
Based on the submitted SALN, Your Honor, wala pong nakalagay na cash on hand or bank deposits.
Kahit 5 po?
Wala pong nakalagay, Your Honor.
Hindi, wow. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chua. Any other member who wish to raise clarificatory questions to the Ombudsman? Any other member?
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Barbers is recognized.
good morning, Honorable Ombudsman Remulla. Gusto po lamang humingi ng clarification sa inyong tanggapan. Based po sa SALN ng taong 2007, si VP Sara Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Manasseh Carpio ay mayroon pong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod. 1. Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation. Kinukumpirma nyo ba ito?
Si Atty. Karen Bato po yung pwede sumagot.
Yes, salamat.
Thank you. Attorney Bato is recognized.
Good morning, Your Honor.
May we interrupt Attorney Bato. We just like to extend our thanks to Ombudsman Boying Remulla for showing utmost respect to the impeachment process. Thank you for being here. He is soliciting our excuse because of huge amount of work he has to attend to. So with the indulgence of the members, we're excusing Ombudsman Boying Remulla. Maraming salamat po. We did not suspend. So, may we request Attorney Bato to address questions of the Honorable Barbers?
Good morning, Your Honor. Again, reading from the 2007 SALN submitted by the Vice President, the business interest and financial connections declared then was the Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, and City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation.
May we flash the concerned SALN?
What year is this, Honorable Barbers?
Now, 2008.
2008, okay. Now 2008, the focus is on the list of companies?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Based naman po sa SALN ng taong 2008, si VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Manes Carpio ay mayroong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod. 1. Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation. 2. Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation. 3. City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation. Kinukumpirma niyo ba ito?
Your Honor, reading from the 2008 submitted SALN of the Vice President, ang mga financial connections and business interests declared therein were Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, and City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation.
Salamat po. Based naman po sa SALN ng taong 2009, si VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawang si Attorney Mans Carpio ay mayroong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod. 1. Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation. 2. Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation. And 3. City Hall King Chow's Food Corporation. Kinukumpirma niyo ba ito?
Your Honor, based on the 2009 submitted SALN of the Vice President, the declared business interests and financial connections were the following: Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation.
Salamat po. Based naman po sa SALN ng taong 2010, si VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa si Attorney Mans Carpio ay mayroon business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod. 1. Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation. 2. Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation. 3. City Hall King Chow's Foods Corporation. 4. SGT Fortune House Corporation. And number 5, CYKT Inc. Kinukumpirma niyo ba ito?
Your Honor, I'm reading from the 2010 submitted SALN of the Vice President, and the declared business interests and financial connections for that year were the following: Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation, SGT Fortune Horse Corporation, and CYKT Incorporated.
Salamat po. Based naman po sa SALN ng taong 2011, si VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Mans Carpio ay mayroon ding business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod na negosyo. Number 1, Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation. Number 2, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation. 3. City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation. 4. SGT Fortune House Corporation. 5. CYKT Inc. And number 6, Zelta Matiem Salon. Number 7, 3 Kids Inc. Kinukumpirma niyo ba ito?
Based on the 2011 SALN submitted by the Vice President, Your Honor, the following were the declared business interests and financial connections. Davao Emerging Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, City Hall King Chow Foods Corporation, SGT Fortune Horse Corporation, CYKT Incorporated, and Celta Matiem Salon.
Salamat po. Sa taong 2016, based naman ho sa SALN ni VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Manscarpio, ay mayroong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod na negosyo. Number 1, Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation. Number 2, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation. 3, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 4, Times Square B Foods Corporation. 5, SGT Fortune House Corporation. 6, CYKT Inc. 7, Three Kids Inc. Tracking Services Inc. And number 8, Zelta Matiem Salon. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, I'm reading from the 2016 submitted SALN of the Vice President, and the declared business interest and financial connection for that year were the following: Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation, Times Square B Foods Corporation, SGT Fortune Horse Corporation, CYKT Inc., Three Kids Inc. Tracking Services, and Celta Matiem Salon.
Salamat po. And base naman po sa SALN ng taong 2017, si VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Manscarpio ay mayroon din hong business interest and financial connections sa mga sumusunod na kumpanya. 1, Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation. 2, Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation. 3, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 4, Times Square B Foods Corporation. 5, CYKT Inc. And 6, Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines Inc. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, again, I'm reading from the 2017 SALN submitted by the Vice President. Ito po yung kanyang mga declared business interests and financial connections. Davao New Royal Taipan Corp., Davao Bounty Times Food Corporation, Metro City Chow Foods Corp., Times Square B Foods Corp., CYKT Inc., Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines Inc.
Maraming salamat po. Based naman po sa SALN ng taong 2018, si VP Duterte ay mayroong business interest and financial connection sa mga negosyong sumusunod na mga kumpanya. 1, Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation, 3, Times Square B Foods Corporation, and 4, Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines Inc. Kinukumpirma niyo po ba ito?
Your Honor, base po dito sa sinumiting SALN ng ating Vice Presidente noong 2018, ang kanyang dineklarang business interest and Royal Taipan Corp., Metro City Chow Foods Corp., Times Square B Foods Corp., Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines Inc.
Salamat po. Based naman po sa SALN ng taong 2019, si VP Duterte ay mayroong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod na 1, Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation. 2, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 3, Times Square B Foods Corporation. And 4, Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines Inc. Ito po ba ay kinukumpirma ninyo?
Your Honor, based on the 2019 submitted SALN of the Vice President, here are the business interests and financial connections declared for that year. Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation, Times Square B Foods Corporation, Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines Inc.
Salamat po. Punta naman po tayo sa taong 2020. Si VP Duterte ay mayroong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod na kumpanya. 1, Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation. 2, Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 3, Times Square B Foods Corporation. And 4, Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines, Inc.
Your Honor, based on the 2020 submitted SALN of the Vice President, the following are the declared business interests and financial connections. Davao New Royal Taipan Corp., Metro City Chow Foods Corp., Times Square Beef Foods Corp., Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines, Inc.
Dito naman po tayo sa SALN niya sa taong 2021. Si VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Man Scarpio ay mayroon pong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod na mga kumpanya. 1. Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation. 2. Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 3. Times Square B Foods Corporation. 4. Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines, Inc. 5. Carpio Duterte Lawyers. 6. Kale 88 Foods Corporation. 7. 888 Bistro. And number 8, Mandayao Fisheries, Inc.
Can we just request for a confirmation? No need to read again.
Okay.
Your Honor, we can confirm from the submitted SALN of the Vice President for the 2021 that those mentioned by the Honorable Congresswoman were the declared business interests and financial connections for the 2021.
Okay, salamat po. Bali, 8 ho yun, ano? Based naman po sa SALN ni VP Duterte nung taong 2022, at ng kanyang asawa na si Attorney Mascarpio ay mayroon din pong business interest and financial connections silang mag-asawa sa mga sumusunod na kumpanya. 1. Davao New Royal Taipan Corporation. 2. Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 3. Times Square B Foods Corporation. 4. Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines, Inc. 5. Carpio Duterte Lawyers. 6. Kale 88 Foods Corporation. 7. 888 Bistro. And number 8, Mandayao Fisheries, Inc. Bali, 8 po.
Your Honor, based on the 2022 SALN of the Vice President, we can confirm that those you mentioned were those business interests and financial connection declared therein.
Salamat po. Sa taong 2023, sa SALN ni VP Duterte at na kanyang asawang si Attorney Man Scarpio, may nakadeclare po ng mga business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod na mga negosyo. 1. Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 2. Davao Royal Taipan Corporation. 3. Times Square B Foods Corporation. 4. Tapang at Malasakit Alliance for the Philippines, Inc. 5. Carpio Duterte Lawyers. 6. 888 Bistro. 7. Kale 88 Foods Corporation. Number 8, Mandayao Fisheries, Inc. Number 9, Mati City Ice Plant and Cold Storage, Inc. Number 10, Amyanan Shores, Inc. And 11, Geometry Security and Investigation Agency, Inc.
Your Honor, again, basing on the 2023 submitted SALN of the Vice President, we can confirm that those you mentioned were the business interest and financial connections declared therein.
Salamat po. Ngayon pong sa taon pong 2024, ang SALN ni VP Duterte at ang kanyang asawa na si Attorney Manasseh Scarpio ay mayroon din pong business interest and financial connection sa mga sumusunod po na kumpanya. 1. Metro City Chow Foods Corporation. 2. GenCorp Industries, Inc. 3. Carpio Lawyers. 4. 888 Bistro. 5. Kale 88 Foods Corporation. 6. Mandayao Fisheries, Corporation. 7. Mad Ice Plant and Cold Storage Inc. 8. Amyanan Shores Inc. 9. Geometry Security and Investigation Agency Inc. And 10. Cable Tow 88 Shipping and Marine Services Inc. Kinukupirma niyo po ba ito?
Your Honor, reading from the 2024 submitted SALN of the Vice President, we can confirm that those 10 business interests and financial connections that you have read were declared by the Vice President in her 2024 SALN.
Salamat po. So, tama po ba na base sa mga SALN ni VP Duterte at ni Attorney Mascarpio ay kada taon ang mga business interest nila ay dumadami?
We cannot make any conclusion on the basta kung ano lang po yung binasa ninyo, we can confirm na yun po yung nakalagay sa SALN nila, Your Honor.
Yes.
You know the answer of Attorney Bato.
Okay. Madam Chair, manifestation.
Yes, you may proceed.
Sana po ay may maipakita sana sa atin kung ano ang importansya o reason ng pagdami ng mga interest sa mga negosyo ng mag-asawang Duterte Carpio. Like paglaki ng kanilang income, net worth at halaga ng kanilang yaman. Anyway, that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Barbers. Any other justice member who wish to raise questions to the Office of the Ombudsman?
Madam Chair, manifestation.
The Honorable De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Observations on what I hear, on what I saw on the screen, and the presentation of those SALNs from 2006 to 2024. The latest in the possession of the Ombudsman. Latest po in 2024.
Yes, Your Honor.
So wala pa po yung 2025.
We have not received the submission of the 2025
For
SALN of the Vice
2025. So the
President.
latest is 2024.
Yes, Your
Tatlong
Honor.
obserbasyon po. Yung kanina, yung tungkol nga po yung sa questioning po ni Honorable Joel Chua, yung kapansin-pansin na mula 2019 to 2024, the respondent...
Honorable De Lima, kindly speak closer to the microphone. And may I share as well the matrix prepared by the Secretariat with respect to the information gathered from the SALNs of the respondent. Kindly flash the matrix of the SALN of VP Duterte. This may help Honorable De Lima in her clarificatory questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So can we see it, please? The matrix. On the first point of observation that I'm making. Yung tungkol po doon sa wala na pong naipakita o wala na pong naideclare o report na cash in bank or cash on hand from 2019 to 2024. Pero nung mga una ay meron mga rini-report na mga cash on hand or cash in bank. So, maliho at ang matrix yung nakalagay dyan. Yung dapat po makita natin, yung matrix na pinapakita na wala na nga ng mga report na cash on hand from 2019. Yes, it's there po pala. So, from 2019 to 2024, wala na pong cash on hand or cash in bank. Para sa akin po, ang biglaan at tuloy-tuloy na pagkawala ng deklarasyon ng liquid assets because cash on hand and cash in bank are liquid assets. Sa kabila ng dati meron naman na mga halaga ng mga cash on hand, cash in bank ay nagdudulot ng pagdududa sa kawastuhan at kabuuan ng subsequent SALNs ni VP Sara. Second point of observation, Madam Chair, tungkol naman po sa liabilities. Nakita rin po natin na as to liabilities, VP Sara declared 6,954,454 in 2016. Nandyan ho ba yan? Yung liabilities, 2016, 6,954,454. At sa 2017 naman, liabilities of 6,313,188 in 2017 and 6,119,113 in 2018. At sa 2019 naman po ay 3,460,790 and 2,490,105.90 in 2020. Kapansin-pansin po na mula 2021, tanging ang kanyang asawa na si Maneses Carpio. Nagre-reflect ba yan dyan? Na tanging yung kanyang asawa na si Meneses Carpio ang may dineklarang mga liabilities at wala nang iniulat na utang o liability ng VP. Magko-confirm mo ba yan?
Your Honor, I'm reading from the 2021 SALN submitted by the Vice President, and it is stated there that the liabilities was a personal loan from various creditors po by Attorney Manasseh Carpio.
Yes. How about on the part of VP Sara herself? Meron pa ho ba ng mga report na liabilities in 2016, 2017, beginning in 2021? Meron ho ba rin report na liabilities?
Let me check, Your Honor, with regard to 2022 SALN of the Vice President. Based on the submitted 2022 SALN of the Vice President, the liabilities stated or declared therein was a personal loan of Manasseh Carpio. That's all, Your Honor, for the 20.
Manasseh Carpio. How about 2022? So no VP, no Sara Duterte.
For the 2023 SALN, Your Honor, based on the submitted SALN by the Vice President, the liabilities declared therein was a personal loan of Manasseh Carpio, Your Honor.
Again, of Manasseh Carpio and not Sara Duterte. 2024, please.
For the 2024 SALN, Your Honor, reading from the submission of the Vice President, the liabilities were declared to be loans of Manasseh Carpio only, Your Honor, from various...
Again, only Manasseh Carpio and not Sara Duterte. Observation with respect to this, for the record, Madam Chair, ang ganitong biglang pagbabago sa paraan ng pag-uulat ng liabilities ay lubhang kahinahinala at nararapat siya sa atin, as it may indicate reclassification.
Louder, Honorable De Lima, please.
Ang ganito pong pagbabago sa paraan ng pag-uulat ng liabilities ay lubhang hinahinala at nararapat siya sa atin, as it may indicate reclassification or possible circumvention of full disclosure requirements. One last point of observation, pagdating naman po sa net worth. So pinakita po kanina, we can again show po the matrix.
Please flash the matrix.
The respondents declared net worth increased from 34,895,997 in 2016 to 71,658,841 in 2022, the year she assumed the office of Vice President. Sa loob lamang ng 2 taon, ito ay lalo pang umakyat sa 88,512,370.22 noong 2024. Obserbasyon po, ang ganitong mabilis at medyo malaking pagtaas ng yaman with the absence of declared liquid assets and the diminution or transfer of liabilities ay nagbubunsod ng seryoso ring pagdududa hinggil sa veracity, transparency, and integrity of the Vice President's financial disclosures. So are my observations with respect to the SALNs. Maraming salamat po.
The observations of the Honorable De Lima are noted by the committee.
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Keith Flores.
Madam Chair, I just have a few questions for the Ombudsman. Madam Chair, every government employee is required to fill up a SALN, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
And in that SALN, di ba, may sa bottom niyan is may waiver. No? Every government employee in filling up a SALN also executes a waiver. Tama po ba?
Can we show the last page of the SALN just for reference to the question of the Honorable Flores? Please flash last page of SALN. Attorney Batu?
Your Honor, I'm reading the 2024 SALN, the last page of which reads, I hereby certify that these are true and correct statements of my assets, liabilities, net worth, business interests, and financial connections, including those of my spouse and unmarried children below 18 years of age living in my household, and that to the best of my knowledge, the above enumerated are names of my relatives in the government within the fourth civil degree of consanguinity or affinity. I hereby authorize the Ombudsman or his/her duly authorized representative to obtain and secure from all appropriate government agencies, including the Bureau of Internal Revenue, such documents that may show my assets, liabilities, net worth, business interests, and financial connections, to include those of my spouse and unmarried children below 18 years of age living with me in my household, covering previous years to include the year I first assumed office in government.
So yan nga. That applies to all, di ba? All government employees.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sa standard siya in all SALNs na sinasubmit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, yung second paragraph kasi it says na it authorizes the Ombudsman to conduct investigation or something like that, no? Tama ba? Or to look into. To gather documents also. Yung second paragraph pa.
Based on this second paragraph, Your Honor, the Ombudsman can look into the or can secure from other government agencies yung mga documents pertaining to the SALN.
And based on that, parang paragraph, in fact, it does not even require a complaint to be filed for the Ombudsman to look into these things. Waiver yun.
Yes, Your Honor, because it's included in our functions that we can conduct a appropriate investigation.
Who's with you, Attorney Bato?
I'm with Assistant Ombudsman Armando Sanchez Jr., Your Honor.
So would you be in a better position to answer the questions? Kasi I noticed our title is parang Central Records ata yung si
Assistant Ombudsman Sanchez is recognized.
Good morning, Your Honors. Yes, sir. We confirm that we can conduct motu proprio investigation.
Based on that portion of the SALN?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, now in this particular case, sir, was there an investigation ever conducted on the part of the Vice President?
Your Honor, please, with all due respect, we are not, we have no knowledge or idea if there is ongoing investigations against the PP.
Ongoing or previously, wala?
Yes, Your Honor.
So there were reports before, di ba? I've read in the newspaper a long time ago na may investigation na kinandak. That's not true. You're not confirming it.
Honorable Flores is reminded to confine the questions to what appears in the SALN, subject matter of the subpoena.
It just is related to the waiver, madam. Anyway, I'll withdraw that question. No? So, ano na lang na, sa waiver na yan, you just answered na wala kang alam na investigation being made by the Ombudsman as of now.
Your Honor, as far as I'm concerned, I have no idea or knowledge regarding any investigation, Your Honor.
So, are you speaking on your personal capacity as his ombudsman or for the ombudsman as an office?
Your Honor, as Assistant Ombudsman, assisting the records officer of the Office of the Ombudsman, Your Honor.
So, not as for in behalf of the entire office of the ombudsman?
Yes, Your Honor.
Meaning somebody else might have knowledge or information about it, but not you?
I confirm, Your Honor.
Okay, so that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Just for the record, the last question of the Honorable Flores springs from the waiver that appears at the last page of the SALN, whether or not, as a consequence of the waiver, there is any past or current investigation being conducted by the Office of the Ombudsman. That's for the record. Any other member who wish to? Honorable Marcoleta, please understand that you are not a member of the Justice Committee. You're allowed to manifest, but you cannot raise clarificatory questions to the resource person.
I'm about to
You may proceed.
raise a manifestation, ma'am, about the SALN, ma'am. First of all, let me state on record that the SALNs discussed were not attached in the original complaints. Hindi po sila kasama sa original complaints. And using the SALNs as a starting point without necessary predicate evidence supports the position that the investigation of the House of Representatives Committee on Justice is a fishing expedition. And if I may add, Madam Chair, on the SALN issue, the complaint asks this committee to obtain bank records, SALNs, coordinate with the AMLC, and forensic accounting. If so, it is an acknowledgement that the complaint is still seeking the very facts it needs to conclusively prove its SALN theory. Ma'am, malaki po kasi yung pinagkaiba ng isang complaint that already alleges ultimate facts supported by evidence, and a complaint that substantially requests this committee to authorize this committee to investigate, and perhaps we will later find the proof. And if I also raise this observation, Madam, regarding the Ombudsman, the independence of the Ombudsman may be put to question before this body. The House of Representatives Committee on Justice summons the Ombudsman before the members of Congress and the public to present the statement of assets, liabilities, and net worth of the Vice President. While the Ombudsman has an ongoing investigation before his office, the Ombudsman is mandated to have the primary duty to conduct investigations over the misconduct of public officers.
Madam Chair, point of order.
There's a point of order, Honorable Marcoleta.
Just would like to
Honorable Bishop
clarify.
Abante.
I would like to clarify to ask Congressman Marcoleta. Sinabi niya kanina hindi kasama yung SALN sa original complaint.
Yes, he mentioned that.
Oh, I'd like to clarify. Paano niya nasabi yun? Kasama eh. Ito, babasahin ko. Vice President Sara Duterte committed culpable violation of the Constitution and betrayed the public trust in amassing unexplained wealth and failing to disclose all her properties and interests in properties in her SALN. Nagalagay po sa complaint eh. Anong sinasabi niya na hindi kasama sa original complaint? I'd like to find out from him.
Honorable Marcoleta.
Chair, salita siya ng salita dito. Kinakailangan maging sure tayo na hindi nabanggit.
And if I may add, for the guidance of the honorable members and in response to the manifestation of the Honorable Marcoleta, I will be reading the specific paragraph where matters concerning SALN was mentioned in the complaint. With regards to Sabala complaint, there are allegations in paragraph 107, 108, 109, and paragraphs 285 to 290. And for Cabrera complaint, may we refer the Honorable Marcoleta as well to paragraph 20.3, paragraph 76, paragraph 77, paragraph 232, paragraph 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238, 239, 240, 241, 242, and even from paragraphs 244 to 246. For the information of the Honorable Marcoleta,
Yes, ma'am.
mentioned paragraphs contained allegations which are relevant to the SALNs of the respondent.
Yes, ma'am, it was mentioned, I think, very adequately, the word silence, but they were never attached to the original complaints. Parang this complaint is just merely requesting the committee to produce evidence. Ibig sabihin, wala pang ebidensya, nakikiusap sa committee na ito para mag-produce ng ebidensya na wala, hindi nakakabit sa original complaints. Yun na po ang sinasabi ko, ma'am.
In other words, you admit that there were a lot of times that SALNs were mentioned in the impeachment complaint. However,
They were never
not
attached.
attached in the
Opo.
impeachment
Wala pa
complaint.
pong ebidensyang nakalakip dun po sa complaint. At ngayon pa lang po natin binubuksan dahil ito po ay kumbaga request ng complainant.
Please understand as well that the compulsory process that was granted to the Justice Committee is for the purpose of testing the sufficiency of the allegations in the complaint, whether the same constitute probable cause, which is the mandate of this proceeding. So, with all due respect, Honorable Marcoleta, it is our humble position that all the actions of this committee, including the issuance of subpoena of all these questioned SALNs by Your Honor, is in accordance with the rules of impeachment, the Constitution, and even with the decisions of the Honorable Supreme Court.
Ma'am, the court will be the better judge of that.
And that is why you should elevate that before the Honorable Court.
Maybe not me, but some other parties. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other member who wish to raise clarificatory questions to the Ombudsman? Hearing none, may we direct the committee secretary to call the Vice President
Madam
in
Chair,
order to extend to her
Madam Chair.
the opportunity to present evidence, including those which will counter the testimony provided already and the documents provided already by the Office of the Ombudsman.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Garbin is recognized.
Thank you, Madam. Just a few questions to the representatives of the Ombudsman. Kayo ay nagpresenta ng SALN, and what was presented by your office are those SALNs under your custody and the entries, the official entries in those SALN. Tama po ba?
Yes, Your Honor.
But that entries does not say whether there is a misdeclaration, untruthful declaration, or willful non-disclosure that will lead to unexplained wealth. Tama po ba?
Your Honor, binasa ko lang po kung ano yung, at kinonfirm ko lang po kung ano yung nakalagay sa SALN.
Honorable Garbin, I'm afraid we are not allowed to raise questions which will go beyond what appears in the SALN.
That's why, Madam Chair, I just need confirmation whether that
Yes.
presentation
Issues concerning
yields
this declaration.
in support to the complainants. First of all, Madam Chair, wala yung complainant dito eh.
I understand, but please limit your questions to
And that's why I want to ask Sara, yung complainant,
contents of the
as
SALN.
to his allegation, because it was pointed out that the SALN was only part of the broader allegations of unexplained wealth. That was correctly pointed out by Mr. Marcoleta, or Congressman Marcoleta. Those SALN that we want to specifically pinpoint that have material misdeclaration or untruthful declaration was never attached in the first place.
We are not yet on that, Honorable Garbin.
We were already through on that. We already approved, voted on the ultimate facts and the sufficiency in substance. And the annexes provided in the complaint, Madam Chair. So what we have here is an improvement of the complaint, of the complainant's evidence. Tayo yung nagpo-produce ng ebidensya eh, which is not supposed to be the case.
With all due respect, Honorable Garbin, the issuance of the subpoena is not for the purpose of adding, supplementing, or correcting whatever appears in the complaint. The purpose of the issuance is for the existence of probable cause. To aid the justice members in judging whether or not probable cause exists on the basis of the allegations in the complaint, including the attached documents.
If I may, Madam Chair.
The Honorable Chua.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, let me walk you through Section 7 of our Rules of Procedure in Impeachment Proceedings. Sabi po dito, the committee shall conduct a hearing. The committee, through the chairperson, may limit the period of examination by members of the committee. The committee shall have the power to issue compulsory processes for the attendance of witnesses and the production of documents and other related evidence. So, yun po yung ginagawa po natin dito. This SALN, ito pong SALN na to ay pumapasok po dito po sa power ng committee. Hindi naman po tayo ang nagsasabi niyan. Ang nagsasabi po niyan ay ang ating rules. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I just want to state for the record, Honorable De Lima, that the committee is already in receipt of the notices of disallowance referred to by Attorney Camora of ICFAO COA during the April 14 hearing. This pertains to the disallowances of the first 3 quarters of the OVP Confidential Fund of 2023, the first, the second, and the third. The total amount of these notices of disallowances is 375 million pesos. So the COMSEC is directed to provide copy of these notices of disallowance to the Vice President, the complainant, and all the members of the Justice Committee. The same is true with respect to the decision referred to as well by Attorney Camora of ICFAO COA. This is to prove that the appeal pertaining to the last quarter of 2022 confidential fund of OVP has been denied, which means that the notice of disallowance for the last quarter of 2022 was affirmed by the Commission on Audit. Likewise, the Committee Secretariat is directed to provide copy of the same to the Vice President, the complainants, and all the justice members. Honorable De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wish to put forth additional counter-arguments on the points raised by the Honorable Macoleta and also certain points raised by the Honorable Garbin. Okay, first, we have determined already sufficiency in substance of the complaints. Sufficiency in substance, both in form and substance, and that includes the annexes. Pangalawa po, hindi po required na lahat ng mga pwedeng ebidensya ay dapat na-produce na ng complainants at the time of the filing of the complaint. And that's why we have these processes of subpoena para makalap ng mga ebidensya na nakasabi sa complaint tsaka yung mga related evidence. Ang importante po dito, especially in the issuance of subpoena, yung requirements of specificity or sufficiently described yung mga dokumento na pinapaproduce at yung relevance to the issue. Wala pong duda dun sa mga subpoena po natin ng production for the production of specific documents like respondent SALNs, the AMLC records of the flagged bank transactions of the respondent, the records of her corporate holdings, records of her financial transactions. These are all relevant to the grounds alleged in the complaint. They directly relate to the issues actually and specifically raised in the third and fourth impeachment complaints, the Sabaya et al. And Cabrera complaints, particularly that respondent purportedly engaged in culpable violation of the Constitution, graft and corruption, bribery, including the accumulation of unexplained and or ill-gotten wealth and her ownership of secret bank accounts worth millions, if not billions of pesos, all of which she did not declare in her SALNs. Dun sa punto na ini-improve daw po natin. Actually, there's nothing wrong about that, improving the evidence that are sought to be presented by the complainants, kasi tayo nga po ang magiging prosecutors later, and we are determining at this point the existence of probable cause, and therefore we need the guidance of any other relevant evidence para makarating po sa determinasyon na yan ng existence of probable cause. We develop, we improve, we ask for additional evidence as long as they are relevant to the issue or issues as alleged in the complaints. So wala pong mga linalabag dito na mga principles pagdating po sa tungkol doon sa kailangan ba na linalagay lahat o pinipresenta na lahat sa complaint pa lang. So malinaw po yan, Madam Chair, hindi po kailangan. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Chel Jokno is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Wala naman pong pinagkaiba ang ginagawa ng Committee on Justice dun sa ginagawa ng isang prosecutor na nagko-conduct ng preliminary investigation. Just like a prosecutor under the rules of the House, we have the power to issue subpoena to determine what used to be called probable cause, although what is now called certainty of conviction. And para sa akin, mas mahalaga pa nga yung tungkulin natin na yon dahil wala pa naman po tayo sa adversarial stage. We are very clearly in the inquisitorial stage where we are meant to inquire whether there is sufficient probable cause. Kaya po tayo binigyan ng ngipin ng House rules para makapagsabpina ay para nga makita ang ebidensya. And I'm very disappointed at any attempts to remove that power from us, because that is precisely why the Constitution requires that we conduct a hearing. Yung hearing naman natin, hindi para marinig natin yung salita ng iba't ibang mga nandito ngayon, kung hindi makita mismo yung ebidensya. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Chairman.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Garbin.
Madam Chair.
At the outset, Madam Chair, let me state that I am for the truth and for knowing whether this material or misdeclaration of the SALN. What I'm saying here, the observance of procedural due process. Going to the complaint, as stated, this specific SALN were not attached. And we say observance of procedural due process. Ang tinatawag po doon, paano makakapagsagot yung isang respondent kung wala naman specific allegations doon sa mga iprinisintang SALN. We agree that we have compulsory processes to produce those documents relevant to this hearing. But the absence of giving opportunity to the respondent the right to be heard or to answer in those specific allegations. It's not even a specific allegation because it was part of a broader allegations of unexplained wealth. Ako po ay isang abogado bago mambabatas. Ako po ay dumaan din sa napakaraming preliminary investigation. And kung magpipresenta tayo dito ng momento na hindi natin bibigyan ng oportunidad yung inaakusahan dito, then where is the procedural due process? That's why I'm saying, are we reviewing the complaint, or it is better left to the impeachment court to present all these documents so that the respondent will also have the right to confront those evidence presented against her.
Notice is being given to her.
And the right also to examine those specific SALN that allege declarations of unexplainable.
Honorable Garbin, I just want to state for the record that since the start of the presentation of witnesses and evidence, we've been sending notices to the Vice President, to the respondent, and as a matter of fact, even after every resource person, we are calling the Vice President to check if she is present so we can cater the opportunity to be heard that you are mentioning. Honorable Garbin, in as far as due process is concerned, I honestly believe that this committee has been amply complying in providing the same to the respondent Vice President. And let us all be reminded that this issue raised by the Honorable Garbin is already pending before the Supreme Court. So with the indulgence of the justice members, perhaps we should leave this to the judgment of the Honorable Supreme Court. With that, can we proceed to the presentation of our resource persons?
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Pino.
may I ask some clarificatory questions regarding from the Ombudsman?
The Ombudsman.
Yeah.
Yes, please.
Could we have the summary table of the SALN of the VP?
Can we flash the matrix? You need the matrix?
Opo.
Kindly flash the matrix, Secretariat.
Alright, thank you po. Just to confirm lang po sa Ombudsman, napansin ko lang po kasi na yung declaration or statement of assets, both real assets and personal assets for the years 2019 and 2020 are exactly the same. Tama po ba yan? Hindi naman kaya baka nagkamali lang dong cut and paste. Is that correct?
2019 and 2020.
Yes, is that correct? 2019, the real assets are 300 39,798,891, and that is the exact same figure for 2020. Tama po ba? And then for personal assets, the figure is 19,274,950 for both 2019 and 2020. Tama po yun?
Your Honor, based on the 2019 and 2020 SALN submitted by the Vice President to the Office of the Ombudsman, we can confirm that
Exactly the
the
same.
real assets and personal assets were the same for those 2 years.
Okay. And for the years 2021 to 2022, the personal assets are exactly the same. Tama po ba? 20.
Please show the matrix.
23,849,950 personal assets. But tama po na pareho. Sakto.
That is 2021 and 2022 personal assets.
Your Honor, reading from the 2021 and 2022 submitted SALNs of the Vice Presidents, we can confirm that for the personal properties declared therein, it's the same amount po.
Okay. Thank you. So, again, and of course, yung sa real assets in the years 2009 to 2011, pareho, no? And also for 2016 and to
2009 to 2011 real assets. Closer to the microphone, Kong Pino.
Well, siguro, Madam Chair, thank you for the confirmation. So I just wanted to check whether tama yung matrix. No? So,
Can we mark also 2009 to 2011 real assets? 10 million. Exactly the same as well. May we see confirmation from the OMB?
Give us a few seconds, Your Honor. Give us a few seconds, Your Honor.
Yes, please. 09, 10, and 11.
Your Honor, based on the 2009, 2010, and 2011 submitted SALNs of the Vice President, we can confirm that the declaration therein was stated as 10,802,668.65 for the 3 years.
That's the same, exactly the same amount.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please flash the matrix, please. That's the 2009, 10, and 11 real assets. 10,802,668 pesos and 65 centavos. Exactly the same amount for 09, 10, and 11. Honorable Tino.
and for the sake of completeness, 2016, 2017, real assets, same.
2016 and 2017.
Opo.
Real assets. Matrix. So for the record, 2016 and 2017, based on the matrix, the amount is exactly the same. That's 30,548,891 pesos. May we request confirmation from the OMB?
Your Honor, basing from the 2016 and 2017 SALN of the Vice President, the real properties declared therein is at 30,548,891 for the 2016 and 2017.
So, you confirm?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Honorable Dino?
Thank you for that. Just a few observations, Madam Chair.
Yes, you may proceed.
Opo. So, I suppose for the real assets, that can be explained, no, kasi mga lote ito. So, perhaps from 2 year, hindi magbabago. As to the personal assets, I don't have a copy of all of these SALNs. Could the Ombudsman maybe just name the the breakdown of the personal assets in particular that were declared by the Vice President? Kasi mas medyo gusto ko lang unawain bakit hindi nagbabago from year to year yung declaration of personal assets.
Your Honor, may I clarify kung anong year po ng SALN?
Okay. So for example, yung 2019 to 2020 and 2021 to 2022, pareho po kasi yung figures for personal assets for 2 years. So I'm just trying to further understand bakit hindi nagbago yon.
I don't think, Honorable Tino, that Attorney Bato is competent to answer your question.
No, as far as I know, there would be a breakdown of personal assets in the SALN, the entries.
Is there a breakdown? You can confine your answer to what appears in the SALN.
Your Honor, based on the SALN submitted by the Vice President, the personal properties were described therein. May description po.
So can you confirm if the personal properties enumerated in the two concerned calendar years are exactly the same? That's 20 and 21.
Yes. 19, 20, and 21, and 22.
Just to confirm, Your Honor, so we're speaking of the SALNs from 2019, 2020, 2021, and 2022.
Yes.
Kindly flash the matrix. The question of Honorable Pino is whether there are changes in the properties, personal assets of the respondent which generated the total exact amount for 2019 and 20, and then for 2021 and 2022. Maybe 2019 and 20 first.
For the 2019 and 2020, Your Honor, based on the SALN submitted, we can confirm that the Vice President declared the same personal
Exactly the
properties.
same personal assets. How about
Could we,
21 and 22?
could we ask what assets were declared?
If I'm allowed to read the personal properties,
Yes, you may proceed.
of the Vice President declared in her 2019 and 2020 SALNs, these are the following: a vehicle van, vehicle declared as motorcycles, other personal properties, various items, other personal properties, various items, vehicle car, vehicle pickup, other personal properties.
Okay, and that's the same for both years.
Yes, Your Honor, we can confirm that it's the same for 2019 and 2020.
Okay, so general po, mga various items, parang ganon. Okay,
Those were the items listed po doon sa kanyang SALN.
okay, thank you. Thank you. That will be all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Perhaps we can proceed to directing the COMSEC to call the Vice President. COMSEC, please.
May we know if the Vice President is present today? The respondent Vice President is not present today, Madam Chair.
Let it be placed on the record that the Committee Secretary called the Vice President in order that we will be providing her the opportunity to present her evidence or to raise clarificatory questions through the justice members. That is for the record. Now we proceed to our next resource person. We are requesting the representatives from the Ombudsman to stay because we anticipate that there are matters which might be raised as well with the Ombudsman. Our next resource person is the Anti-Money Laundering Council. The floor is now open for clarificatory questions of the justice members.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Santana is recognized.
Madam Chair, may I make a short manifestation?
Yes, of
before the
course.
start
You may
question
proceed.
hour? Thank you, Madam Chair. As the movement for the subpoena, both testificandum to the AMLC, meron lang po akong isang maikling remarks. Higit isang dekada na pong naghihintay ang taong bayan na makita ang kabuuang yaman ni VP Sara Duterte at ng kanyang pamilya. Kaya nga po noong nakaraang pulong tayo ay nag-move para maimbitahan ang AMLC sa ating pong pulong ngayong araw na ito. Sa totoo lang, this should have never been kept a secret. A public servant's obligation sa konstitusyon at sa taong bayan ay maging bukas sa ating financial transactions and lifestyle. Kahapon po, personal ako na nag-deposit sa isa sa mga alleged bank accounts na nakapangalan kina VP Sara Duterte at ang kanyang ama na si former President Rodrigo Duterte. Taliwas po sa kanilang patuloy na pagtanggi, lumabas na active pang account. Nakapag-deposit po tayo ng 448 pesos doon sa isang account na ito. Ngayong impeachment, mas dumadami ang tanong na after we heard our resource persons, especially our resource person from the Ombudsman, very glaring po yung ilang taon na walang nakalagay na cash on hand at cash in bank ang Vice Presidente. Kung
Kung walang sikreto si VP Sara, sana nag-sign na siya dati pa ng waiver. Kung wala siyang kinakatakutan, edi sana nilipag na niya ang totoong laman ng bank account niya. Kung totoong kumakain lang sa karinderya ang tatay niya at government salary lang ang natatanggap nila, iniisip ko nga po, paano na-i-encash yung cheque, yung sweldo niya, saan dumadaan? Kung wala siyang cash in bank at saka po wala siyang cash on hand. Pero that's for another conversation. Kung wala po silang tinatago, di sana wala silang kaba na haharap sa committee ito. Hindi parang tumatawag ng spirit of the glass every time isasamon ang Vice President to refute the evidence. Sa pagpresenta po ng report ng AMLC, ang tanong po ng taong bayan, sana masagot na ang maraming matagal ng mga pressing questions. And I hope that the AMLC will be able to shed light on these very important issues. Dito po nakaraang mga sessions, may mga baon akong Mary Grace Piatos. Pero ngayon po ang baon natin, yung maraming tanong ng taong bayan, at sana po masagot ito ng AMLA. Salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Sendanya.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, Madam Chair,
Honorable Chair Jokno.
as a movement as well of the subpoena that was issued to the AMLA, may I just make a brief manifestation?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Para magampanan po natin yung ating tungkulin na malaman kung mayroong probable cause o hindi dito sa impeachment case na ito, mahalaga talaga na makita natin yung ebidensya. Kaya po natin hinimok ang Committee on Justice na maglabas ng subpoena dito sa Anti-Money Laundering Council. Ito po ay talagang hindi magiging imposible ang gawain natin ngayon kung hindi natin makita mismo galing sa AMLA kung ano yung hawak nilang records. Kaya this is, to me, one of the most crucial stages in our proceedings at the Committee on Justice. The evidence will speak for itself. Wala naman sa atin na magsasalita kundi mismo ang records ng AMLA. And through this procedure, the money trail will lead us to the truth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
The Honorable Jobber Aquino is recognized.
I would like to direct my clarificatory questions to the representative of AMLA.
Attorney Buenaventura,
Is that Attorney Bonaventura?
the Executive Director of Anti-Money Laundering Council.
Okay. For the record, Attorney, the AMLA received a subpoena coming from this committee for the production of documents, records. Am I correct?
Yes, Madam Chair. We received a copy of the subpoena.
Okay. Did you bring the subpoena documents today?
Yes, we have it with us. Is it possible for us to tender it, to transmit it now?
The committee secretariat is directed to approach Executive Director Bonaventura to receive the subpoenaed documents from the Anti-Money Laundering Council. The same will form part of the records of this proceeding. Honorable Jobber Aquino.
Madam Chair, may we ask that all the members be provided a copy of the report from
The COMSEC is directed to reproduce the documents and provide the same to the respondent Vice President, the complainant, and all the justice members.
Madam Chair, the
Honorable Adjong.
same request is asked of the committee secretariat to provide the SALNs as we have already requested earlier, Mr. Chair. We still haven't gotten the...
As far as the SALNs is concerned, I understand that we have directed the COMSEC already to provide the same to all the parties, including the justice members.
That is correct, Madam Chair. So we reiterate our request, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, can I continue?
You may proceed, Honorable Jobber Aquino.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Attorney, I understand that you have a cover letter which describes the documents that you have submitted. For the record, please tell us about these documents.
Did you mention a cover letter?
Do you confirm having submitted a cover letter among the documents?
Yes.
Yes. May we direct the COMSEC?
Madam Chair.
Please find this cover letter and flash this in the screen for the guidance of the justice members.
Attorney, can you please describe those documents to us?
So we are submitting two sets of documents. Number one is the covered transaction reports and suspicious transaction reports from the years 2006 to 2025 as subpoenaed. And then the second set, which is Annex B, are the financial intelligence reports as well as investigation reports on Vice President Sara Duterte Carpio as well as her husband Manasseh Carpio as indicated in the subpoena.
Okay, Attorney, to be clear, did you only initiate these reports because of this impeachment?
No, Madam Chair, we have, and AMLC has always been in constant monitoring of all the transactions, and while we have generated the latest one, all the data have been as far as back as early years.
Okay, and kanino po ang mga accounts, ang mga nakasaan dito sa mga dokumento na dala ninyo?
Bali po, ito po ay mga accounts ni Vice President Sara Duterte sa kanyang individual or sole account. Kasama na rin po ang kanyang mga ka-joint account, kasama ang kanyang pamilya o ibang tao o pati kanyang asawa, at kasama na rin po ang account ng kanyang asawa na si Manasseh Carpio at ang kanyang mga ka-joint account na kapamilya niya o ibang tao man.
Salamat po. Pinakauli na lang pong tanong. Sa simpleng tanong lang po, no, Attorney, makikita po ba rito sa mga dokumentong dala nyo kung meron mga perang pumasok o lumalabas dito sa mga accounts na to?
Maaari po. Maaari makita dahil yung pong report na covered transaction at suspicious transactions ay may makikita po tayo doon na mga transaksyon na maaaring palabas at papasok po.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Keith Flores.
Madam Chair, medyo...
Is this a point of order?
Yes, point of order, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'm concerned with where we are going right now. We will now be discussing from the statements of the AMLC representative bank accounts. And I am worried that the discussion might lead somewhere na pinagbabawal ng bank secrecy law. If that is the direction that the questions have been going and from the answers of the AMLC. Are we not, in effect, violating the bank secrecy law, Madam Chair?
For the guidance of the members, before I recognize the Honorable Dilima, the subject matter of the subpoena issued by the Justice Committee are not bank records. Instead, it is AMLC report uncovered in suspicious transactions. Likewise, the person who subpoenaed are not bank officials and employees. The person who subpoenaed is, of course, no less than the head of the Anti-Money Laundering Council. For the record, the coverage of bank secrecy law and for the guidance of the members are bank officials and employees and bank records. And the chair is of the opinion that the subject matter of our subpoena is apparently not covered by the protection of the bank secrecy law. The Honorable Dilima is recognized.
Before the Honorable Dilima answers, Madam Chair, I just want to, from your statements po, well, it is true na, yun nga, hindi nga banks ang sinupina natin, hindi din bank employees ang sinupina natin, but parang yung, from the answers kasi kanina, it would deal with certain bank accounts already, Madam Chair, so wouldn't that in effect be parang circumventing also the bank secrecy law.
We know the observation of the Honorable Keith Flores. Nonetheless, we are strictly compliant with the letters of the bank secrecy law. The Honorable De Lima is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Tama po yung sinabi ng ating Chair na hindi po tayo sakop ng prohibition. Yes, meron po tayong Secrecy of Bank Deposits Law na sinasabing sikreto, confidential, yung mga bank deposits, pero hindi po naman yan absolute rule na wala na siyang exception. Ang exception dyan, isa sa mga exception na yung cases of impeachment. Pero bago po ako to dwell on that, ay tungkol naman po dun sa sinasabing pwedeng may prohibition. Kasi nakalagay po sa Section 3 of the law itself,
Louder, Honorable De Lima, louder.
Republic Act number 1405 or the Secrecy of Bank Deposits Law, it is explicit. It applies only to officials and employees of banking institutions. Nakasabi po sa Section 3, it shall be unlawful for any official or employee of a banking institution to disclose to any person other than those mentioned in Section 2 hereof any information concerning said deposits. So, ang pinasabi na po, kagaya ng sinabi ng ating chair, ay yung AMLC. At hindi po bangko, at hindi po mismong bank accounts ang pinasabina natin. Ang pinasabina po natin ay yung record, if any, of suspicious or covered transactions. And let's note also na meron na rin tayo yung batas na Anti-Money Laundering Act o Republic Act number 9160. It further reinforces the position na wala tayong violation dito na nagaganap. It embodies the state's more recent and more specific policy that financial secrecy cannot be used to conceal unlawful activity. Sabi po sa batas na yan, Anti-Money Laundering Act, covered institutions, lalo na yung mga bangko, most notably the banks, are required to report suspicious transactions to the AMLC, and such reporting is expressly declared as not violative of the Bank Deposit Secrecy Law. Hindi po siya violative. So ang pinaproduce po natin based on the subpoena ay yung any record of suspicious or covered transactions affecting nga po si VP Sara. At nasabi po ng ating Executive Director ng AMLC na ang daladala niya ay precisely dalawang klase ng dokumento. Yung reports mismo on suspected or covered transactions sa mga accounts ni VP Sara, either singly, siya lang o jointly. Meron siyang mga ka-joint account sa ibang tao, katulad ng kanyang asawa, katulad ng kanyang ama, katulad ng ibang miyembro pa ng kanyang pamilya. At ang pangalawa ay financial intel reports. At sako yan ng mandato. Kaya na rini-require yung pag-submit ng mga transactions na yan para i-report kung covered ang transactions at dinidetermine kung suspicious, kung may mga red flags yung mga transactions na yan na pwede makapagsabi na meron ditong gumagamit ng pera sa illegal o kaya sa money laundering. So I submit, Madam Chair, and going back, by the way, I almost forgot, yung exception po yung cases of impeachment dyan sa Bank Secrecy Deposit Law, cases of impeachment. So sakop po tayo dito. Kasi remember, the impeachment proceedings have been initiated already by the acts of the filing of the complaint and the referral of those multiple complaints, the original four complaints sa Justice Committee. And that initiated the impeachment proceedings. And so there is now a case of impeachment. The exception does not say in case of impeachment trial in the Senate. It says it's broader, it's more encompassing. in cases of impeachment. Yung nagaganap po sa atin ngayon, ito po ay impeachment proceedings na validly initiated complaints because they were referred and acted upon by the Committee on Justice. For those reasons, Madam Chair, ang aking pong position, firm position, wala po tayong linalabag na batas dito, lalo na yung Bank Secrecy Deposit Law or Republic Act 1405, 36 years later, ay meron ng amendment yung Anti-Money Laundering Act or the Republic Act number 9160. Maraming salamat po.
Madam Chair, may I...
The Honorable Jokno, and then the Honorable Marcoleta, and then the Honorable Ko.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Napakalinaw po ng Bank Secrecy Law. May exception po siya para sa impeachment. Pero tanungin natin, bakit ba? And I think the reason is very clear as well. We cannot use the Bank Secrecy Law as a shield to allow public officials to hide behind. Klarong-klaro po ang pinag-uusapan natin sa isang impeachment case ay pananagutan at kailangan maging transparent ang lahat ng mga public officials. Public office is a public trust. That's why it's very clear to me that this is not one of those cases where we cannot inquire into those deposits. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Honorable Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to manifest to clarify for the record whether this committee may require submission of AMLC records without a court order. Under the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001, suspicious transaction reports and covert transaction reports are confidential and may only be disclosed upon order of a court. Maliwanag po na wala pong clear statutory authority allowing disclosure of AMLC data to a congressional committee without judicial authorization, notwithstanding subpoena powers as guided by Sabio versus Gordon. For the record, I respectfully seek clarification of the committee regarding this matter. And if I may also cite Madam Chair, the Anti-Money Laundering Act provides the state with a means to investigate suspicious financial transactions within a framework of judicial supervision. The Anti-Money Laundering Council is authorized to inquire into bank deposits even without the prohibition within the Bank Secrecy Law, provided that the court order is issued by the courts. At may tanong din po ako, I will just paraphrase it into a manifestation since I'm not allowed to raise questions. I take it to mean na pag suspicious yung transaction, ibig bang sabihin na ito ay illegal na or unlawful na? Para kasing ganun lumalabas, pag ito'y tinag na suspicious, agad-agad itong piniprejudge na as if it's an illegal or unlawful transaction. I want to be clarified on that, Madam Chair.
That is a manifestation which does not require any answer. The Honorable Court.
May I ask, ma'am, why does it not require an answer?
Because you are not a member of the Justice Committee and therefore...
Let's paraphrase, ma'am, into a manifestation.
And that is why answer is not required. It is just a manifestation. If I require an answer, then I'm allowing you already to raise a clarificatory question. As simple as that. The Honorable Court is recognized.
My point is, madam, it's pag sinabi bang suspicious account or suspicious transaction, ito ay nangangulugan na ito ay agad unlawful or illegal.
That is your manifestation. We end there. Honorable Court is recognized.
And the Filipino people heard my manifestation. Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Chair, I'd just like to also manifest my agreement to the discussions on the applicability of the proceedings here and the authority of the House Committee on Justice to subpoena existing government records supposedly in possession of the Anti-Money Laundering Council in aid of the investigation for probable cause being done validly by the House Committee on Justice. Now, I'd also like to second the manifestation that the as provided in the bank secrecy law, while the position of the committee and the chair ay hindi naman applicable kasi ang nandoon at ang covered nun ay bank employees. Nonetheless, there is a textual exception doon, says, quote-unquote, in cases of impeachment. And may standing question kasi na dapat mag-apply lang tong exception na to sa Senate kasi yun na yung quote-unquote case of impeachment. Pero the 1987 Constitution is clear. Under Section 3, Article 11, the House of Representatives shall have the exclusive power to initiate all cases of impeachment. So what we're doing now is under the coverage of cases of impeachment. So clear naman po yung pagka-fit ng words ng 1987 Constitution and the bank secrecy law. And siguro, Madam Chair, I'd also just like to raise a general comment for the benefit of the public and not specifically to answer any specific comment by members, but also para ma-enlighten yung public. Yung nakalagay po sa Section 11, na quote-unquote bank inquiry power requiring a court order, hindi naman po nakalimit doon yung kakayahan ng AMLC to produce documents. Lalo na if the AMLC reports or information is already in possession of AMLC prior to the starting of the impeachment proceedings, as confirmed by AMLC earlier. Any reports of transactions, hawak na nila. And under the valid processes of this government agency, kinakausap yung kapwa government agency na i-produce yung information na hawak nila, rumirespondi po sila accordingly. May lawful authority po ang government agency na ito na gawin yon, i-ask yon from a different government agency. So yun po, fully covered yung lahat pong ginagawa ng House Committee on Justice on these impeachment proceedings. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Now, can we proceed to the report of AMLC?
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Adjong is recognized.
Madam Chair, if Congressman Joboy Aquino is done with his questioning, I'd like to ask AMLC.
Honorable Joboy Aquino, are you done with your clarificatory questions?
Finally, I'm done.
Yes, so we can now proceed to Honorable Adjong.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Magandang hapon po sa atin lahat. I'd like to direct my questions to AMLAC. Brad, magandang hapon. Your position as Executive Director of AMLC is not only an ordinary opinion, no? It's actually created and governed by a certain law. Can you confirm to me that this law is the RA 9160?
Yes, Madam Chair, it is governed by the Anti-Money Laundering Act, which is RA 9160 as amended.
Thank you. And Section 8 of that law mandates, the law that mandates your position demands a certain qualifications, no? Just to be brief about it, I would like to enumerate to you the qualifications by which you are entitled, or you are allowed, or qualified at least, to hold that position that you're occupying right now. Number one is you must be a lawyer, at least 35 years old with it. You have of course, unquestionable integrity. And possess at least 5 years of experience in financial regulatory institutions like the BSP, Securities and Exchange Commission, or any insurance commission. In your professional view, Madam Chair, Executive Director, bakit kinakailangan mag-set ng ganitong klaseng standards for an Executive Director of AMLC?
I may not answer in my professional view, but I can offer my personal view.
Yeah.
And that is the position of the Executive Director and the leadership of the Anti-Money Laundering Council Secretariat requires technical proficiency as well as, and most importantly, I think, the ability to ensure impartiality and to act independently. we are navigating, or the work of the AMLC navigates a lot of complex financial structures, financial systems, and it is our duty to make sure that we are always impartial in the things that we do.
Okay, very good. So, ibig sabihin, the work that your position demands you have to have a deep understanding, no, of, sabi mo nga, of complex financial systems, no, and high level of probity to handle sensitive information impartially. Tama ba?
Yes.
That you said you mentioned earlier that you have to work independently. Does that also mean that you have to be impartial?
Yes.
When doing your work? Tama po ba?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Para po for the benefit of the public, because Madam Chair, I'm sure a lot of our kababayan now are watching, no? Marami kanina, I was listening to the exchanges of some of my colleagues here, and Representative Laila de Lima mentioned the phrase money laundering, no? Parati ho natin ito naririnig, Madam Chair, no? In simple terms, no, for the benefit of our ordinary kababayan, ano ba ibig sabihin ng money laundering? Kasi you can be technical in your explanation, or you can be, sabi nga ni Congressman Garin, laymanize it.
Honorable Adjong is just requesting for an explanation as to the nature of money laundering as an offense.
Yeah, money laundering, Mr. Chair, because my questions is premised on the mandate of the AMLC, so that we can fully understand.
For the benefit of the viewing public.
Yeah, that's correct, Madam Chair. So,
to put it simply, money laundering is a process whereby proceeds from illegal activities are concealed or cleaned and make them appear as coming from legitimate activities. So the term itself is laundering or cleaning of dirty money, and hence we have that term money laundering.
So ibig sabihin, Madam Chair, kung I will attempt to translate it into Tagalog. Hindi po ako Tagalog, Maranao po ako, pero ito po yung pagkaintindi ko based on your explanation. Ibig sabihin, yung mga possible na pumapasok halimbawa na pera na hindi sa mabuti o sa illegal ang source ay, kumbaga, ano yung launder sa Tagalog? Nilalaba, no? Nilalaba, tama ba? I beg the indulgence of the committee. Nilalabahan para it would appear as if nasa yung source ng pera na ito ay nasa illegal at tamang sources. Tama po ba yung aking pag-interpret o pag-translate into Tagalog?
Agree po ako. Tama po. Ang layunin po ng paglaban sa money laundering ay maiwasan na itong mga pera na galing sa illegal ay maitago sa otoridad o maipakita na galing di umano sa malinis sa paraan when sa totoo hindi naman talaga.
Okay. Earlier, Madam Chair, I was listening also to some of the comments of our colleagues, and they mentioned certain phrases. For example, red flag indicators. Kanina, I was also listening to the exchanges between Congressman Flores and Congresswoman De Lima. Is it correct, Madam Chair, ED, that ang mandato po ng AMLC ay hindi lamang basta tumingin sa mga bank accounts, kundi mag-analyze na rin, no? Mag-analyze na rin ng mga, yung tinatawag na red flag indicators o yung mga kahina-hinalang transaction. As you have explained to us earlier, na posible may pumapasok na hindi sa tamang hinahide, no? Or ang tawag na hinahide, yung tinatago na galing sa hindi illegal na sources, at ito'y pretending to be nilalabahan o nilalaunder, no, para ipakita tama. So the only way for you to do that is there also for you to analyze certain inflow of money, no, and certain bank accounts that would tend to make you realize, based on your assessment, that this might also cover or indicate some red flag indicators. Tama po ba?
Tama po. nabanggit niyo po yung mandato ng AMLC and ang mandato po niya ay panatilihin ang integridad ng financial system natin na dapat malinis ang financial system natin at isa sa pinakamalaga o hindi man pinakamalaga sa gawain namin ng AMLC ay ang mag-analyze ng mga transactions at aksyonan kung ano man ang makita tungkol dito.
Okay, so when you do the analyzation of the red flag indicators, kasi mayroon din kayong sinasabing, may terms na sinasabi na covert transaction and yung sinasabi nating suspicious transactions. And this is by way of analyzing yung sinasabing kung may red flag indicators pa at kung wala. So can you, for the benefit again of this committee and perhaps the general public, can you try to define ano po yung pagkakaibahan pag sinabi mong covert transaction at saka sinasabi mong suspicious transactions?
Am I allowed to speak na lang po in Filipino? So mas paliwanag.
Mas maganda magpaliwanag ka na lang. Ako, hindi nga ako Tagalog, pero nagtatagalog ako para maintindihan ng ating taong bayan. So, feel free to explain it in Filipino.
Yung covert transaction po sa konteksto ng financial institutions or particularly for banks, ito ay ang transaction na mahigit sa 500,000 piso or 500,000 sa loob ng isang araw. Automatic po itong nire-report ng mga bangko sa AMLC. Yun naman pong suspicious transactions ay mga transaksyon na wala namang halaga o hindi kailangan na mataas o mababa sa particular na halaga, so kahit anong halaga siya, pero ang bangko ay may nakikita na kaduda-duda or may nakita siya na kahina-hinala or parang kakaibang red flag doon sa galaw ng transaction na yon, sa account na yon. Kapag ganun po, nire-report din siya sa amin.
So mayroong hindi malinaw or naligal na basihan, no? O kahina-hinala yung flow ng pumapasok at lumalabas na pera, tama po ba?
Apo, so halimbawa po niya
yung sinasabi nating suspicious transaction, tama? Yeah, would you like to further explain?
Opo, magbigay lang ako ng halimbawa kasi sa Section 3 ng batas, mayroong mga enumeration po doon. Isa doon ay kapag meron kang papasok o lumalabas na pera sa account mo, pero hindi malinaw kung ano ang pinanggalingan or saan nanggaling.
Okay. So when you do the analyzation, para ma-determine nyo whether this transaction covers yung sinasabing suspicious transaction, do you analyze it based on certain personalities? Halimbawa, na involved doon sa, let's say, in certain bank deposits? Do you rely on personality or do you simply just analyze these transactions based on the inflow of the money and the outflow of the money based on the data and the number of transactions involved?
So, hindi po kami namimili ng personality. Ang tinitignan po namin dito ay yung data at yung numbers. So, ang titignan namin more than the people behind is ano ba yung movement, flow, frequency nung daloy ng pera. At kung meron bang kakaiba dito sa daloy na to. So, inahabol po namin yung pera, hindi yung tao sa likod ng pera.
So makatwid, you do not bother yourself with personality, who may be involved in this suspicious transaction na sinasabi mo, whether the account is an account of a high-ranking official or a clergyman or anybody for that matter, hindi kayo doon nagbabase doon sa kung sino yung holder ng bank account na ito, but rather you are actually following the inflow and outflow of these transactions, particularly the bank deposits in the outflow of this money, that actually has a certain, that gives you question that has no legal basis whatsoever, and this could probably be part of the suspicious transaction kasi walang ma-explain na po pwedeng pagkunan. Tama po ba?
Tama po. We apply our processes uniformly. Hindi po kami tumitingin sa personality or sa kung sino man. Ang tinitingnan lang namin dito is meron bang kakaiba dito na dapat pagtuunan pa ng investigasyon.
So you don't direct actually your examination based on a certain political direction, but you follow where the money trails, where it will direct you. Tama ba?
Tama po yun.
Okay. So ibig sabihin, Madam Chair, it is very clear to say that your participation here does not dictate any political consideration, no? But you are actually here by virtue of the invitation of the committee, would also like to, explain to the committee some certain transactions that are in question that are covered by the complaints filed before the Committee on Justice. Would that be correct?
Tama po.
Okay, sige. So, very clear po, Madam Chair, just to lay the premise na baka itong hearing natin na ito is just we are dealing with certain personality kasi ang respondent natin, ang Vice Presidente, ay baka sabihin na we are doing this precisely to direct towards a political objective, no? But based on the explanation of AMLA, with their participation in this committee, they are not, number one, they are not confined with boxing their investigation whenever there's a suspicious transactions on personality, whether it's high ranking or whether anybody, for as long as that number covers or that number determines a certain suspicious transaction, AMLA would really dig into the matter. Tama po ba yun?
Tama po.
Ang aking analysis.
Babase lang po kami sa evidence po.
Okay, based on the evidence, tama. So, Madam Chair, finally, my last question, kung wala po kayong nakitang anomalya o red flag sa inyong opisina, wala po sana kayo dito, no? Tama po, as you have indicated earlier. Ang inyong pagpunta po dito at pagsumite ng mga dokumento ay patunay na may red flag indicators. Would that be correct?
Meron pong mga
red flag indicators.
TR.
And the documents that were subpoenaed by this committee ay meron pong mga red flag indicators. As you have explained earlier, no? Na yung transaction is very suspicious, no? Yun nga, would you confirm also that these red flag indicators covers now the respondents that we are being that is now being heard by this committee?
Tama po.
Tama. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other member who wish to raise clarificatory questions?
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Suntay and then the Honorable Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the AMLA, may I know what are the instances when the AMLC can provide or inquire into bank deposits? What are the instances?
I think they do not inquire. Reports are being
Because under Republic Act, Madam Chair, under Republic Act number 9160, the Anti-Money Laundering Council has significant authority under the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Now, there are two instances when they can inquire into bank deposits. One is with court order, and the second, the court order. So with court order, when can this be done? Now, with court order, when the AMLC can inquire into deposits if there is probable cause.
May I confirm from AMLA first if the subpoenaed documents are consequences of your bank inquiry or these were received by way of reporting of the banks or other financial companies in relation to the implementation of AMLA?
Madam Chair, I confirm that these documents are based on the CTRs and STRs, and these are the subject of the subpoena that we have submitted.
These are generated because of the reports
Yes, Madam.
submitted by the banks.
Yes, Madam Chair.
And bank inquiry, which is being contemplated by the Honorable Suntay, is different from the reports which are being submitted.
That is correct, Madam Chair.
So, Honorable Suntay, if this is reference to the subject matter of the impeachment, I hope we can confine our questions to what appears in the subpoena documents.
Yes, Madam Chair. This is related to what has been subpoenaed because what has been subpoenaed would be presented by...
Yes, but these are not consequences of bank
Madam
inquiry.
Chair. I'm inquiring when they could submit such things, such documents.
Let me just
But
clarify,
in instance-
Honorable Suntay, for the guidance of the justice members, the subpoena documents are generated from the reports of the banks. These are not consequences of the bank inquiry conducted by the AMLC. That is for the record.
And to Madam Chair.
Yes, Madam Chair, but the bank records, if you see if you read the complaints, both complaints which was filed, it did not specifically state what was in the bank. In fact, in the bank account, there were
As a matter of fact, Honorable Suntay, the subject matter of the subpoena are not bank records. This is AMLC report. Please make a distinction between the two.
Yes, Madam Chair, but what will the AMLC report on? Wouldn't it be what is contained in the bank accounts?
Can you just describe based on what has been reported by the bank? Because I understand that with or without order, the banks voluntarily report to you
That is correct, Madam Chair.
if there are covered and
Suspicious.
suspicious transactions. So just limit your answer to what is contained in your report.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sige, can you go on?
Madam, sir, Mr.
Can you restate your question?
Now, we have called AMLC to, because we would like to inquire what the banks
These are covered transactions and suspicious transactions as described earlier.
transactions. So, to determine what is a suspicious transaction, who determines it? AMLA or the bank?
The banks.
The bank. And they submit accounts.
That is
What
voluntary
is
submission.
contained in the accounts? Is that correct?
Reports of the transactions. Not necessarily just the account. Sometimes there is no account yet, but they do submit if there is anything anomalous with the transaction. So it doesn't necessarily involve an account.
Okay.
But it may
So when is an account considered anomalous?
Wait, account is not a subject matter of the subpoena. The subject matter of the subpoena are covered transaction and suspicious transaction.
Then when is a
Please
transaction
be reminded to
considered...
limit your questions to the subject matter of the
When is
subpoena.
a transaction considered anomalous?
Suspicious.
Please use the term covered or suspicious. Because that is the
Covered or
subject
suspicious?
matter of our
Okay,
subpoena.
madam. Covered or suspicious?
Under Section 3 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act, there is a definition of what constitutes suspicious transactions. Number one is if there's no underlying legal or trade obligation. Number two is if there is no economic, the client is not properly identified. Number three is if the amount involved is not commensurate to the business or the financial capacity of the client. And the next would be taking into account all the circumstances. There is a perceived transaction, the perceived transaction the client is being structured. Number five is if there is an unlawful activity, if the client committed an unlawful activity or is in any way related to money laundering. Number six, is if there's a deviation, observed deviation from the acts of the or behavior of the client's profile, and number 7 is any other analogous transactions similar to the those enumerated.
Okay. Sige. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Marcoleta.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Again, you are allowed only to manifest.
Yes, Madam. Let me state for the record that the committee have required the submission of AMLC records without a court order. And let me reiterate that under the Anti-Money Laundering Act of 2001, suspicious transaction reports and covert transaction reports are confidential and may only be disclosed upon order of a court. The House of Representatives Committee on Justice does not have the authority to direct the AMLC by issuing a legislative subpoena and consequently cannot bypass the probable cause requirement of the court. The report of suspicious transactions are meant to be used by the AMLC for analysis and its own determination of probable cause, where required by the judiciary. That's my manifestation, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
The manifestations are noted.
Madam Chair.
Any other member who wishes to
Madam Chair.
manifest or raise clarificatory question? The Honorable Jokno and then the Honorable Ko.
Madam Chair.
Just a counter manifestation, Madam Chair.
You may proceed.
We have to emphasize this, that the bank secrecy law itself provides, and I quote, all deposits are hereby considered as of an absolutely confidential nature, just like the AMLA law, except in cases of impeachment. Iba po yung exception sa court order sa exception in cases of impeachment. And I believe that the reason is very clear because we are here speaking of accountability of public officers. If we allow the bank secrecy law to become a tool that will hide key evidence from the Committee on Justice, magiging baliwala po yung impeachment process. This will become an exercise in futility. Hindi natin magagampanan ng ating tungkulin kung nakatakip ang ating mga mata. And that's why to fulfill our duty under the Constitution and to the people, the committee must exercise its power to examine all the evidence, including the records coming from the Anti-Money Laundering Council regarding covert and suspicious transactions linked to Vice President Sara Duterte. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
The Honorable Ko.
Madam Chair, I'm making this manifestation to clarify to the public the difference between what we're doing and the cited Section 11 of the Anti-Money Laundering Act. Under the Anti-Money Laundering Act, Section 11, sabi po doon that the Anti-Money Laundering Council, AMLC, may inquire into or examine particular deposits, etc. under order of any competent court. Ina-assume po nito na ang AMLC, hindi pa niya hawak yung impormasyon na kailangan niya. Meron siyang napapansin na something, no? Tapos kailangan niya ng additional information and gusto niyang mag-inquire further. Pwedeng gawin ito ng AMLC, mag-inquire yung AMLC kung may nakuha siyang court order. Iba po yun sa ginagawa natin ngayon. Ang ginagawa po ngayon, tayo bilang House Committee on Justice, dahil we're acting upon the people's complaint for impeachment against VP Sara Duterte, and kasama dun sa complaint, no, yung mga financial assets ni VP, no, we're asking the AMLC, based on available information and intelligence that it has, no, prior sa pagsimula ng impeachment proceedings na to, may alam ba kayo tungkol sa possible covered transactions or suspicious transactions na pwede niyong i-report? So, this is to clarify to the public that Section 11 actually does not apply in this case. No, ang tinataya po ng AMLC now, meron pong mga reports na na-receive sila from banks, no, and hindi po cause
yung pag-collate nila ng reports na yon because merong impeachment proceedings na nangyayari. Hawak na po nila yon prior pa. So ngayon, gusto nating marinig from AMLC ano yung contents ng report na yon so that we can finally move on to the next parts of the proceedings, which is ano bang implications ng kung ano mang covered or suspicious transactions yung kaya pong i-report ng AMLC. Thank you, Madam Chair. Next is the Honorable D.S. Peron.
Madam Chair.
Yes, I know that the Filipino people are waiting to see and hear the report of the AMLC on covered and suspicious transactions. So with the indulgence of the justice members, we have been repeatedly discussing about the legality of the issuance of the subpoena and the disclosure of the report. Let me reiterate, we did not subpoena the bank records. We did not subpoena the bank officials and employees. What we subpoenaed is AMLC report, and the executive director is right before us to share with us, ready to report on what they've seen as covered and suspicious transactions. So I hope after DS Beron, we can proceed to hear the report of the AMLC.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Only one question directed to ED Benaventura. Attorney, Madam Chair, in your monitoring and analysis of covered and suspicious transactions, may I know if you're able to identify any suspicious transaction involving the accounts linked to VP Sara or her family? That's all, Madam.
Again, for the guidance of the Honorable Biron, with all due respect, the subject matter of the subpoena is not the account. The subject matter of the subpoena is covered transactions and suspicious transactions. That is for the guidance of all the members.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Would you like to answer, PD?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Kindly limit your answers to the subject matter of the subpoena.
Yes, there are suspicious transactions and covered transactions found in our system, database, or record.
Does that satisfy the Honorable Bureau?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Now we recognize the Honorable Terry Ridon.
Madam Chair, thank you. Maraming salamat po. Magandang araw po sa Anti-Money Laundering Council. Meron po kayong mga dala pong mga dokumento, hindi po ba? So may cover letter at meron po tayong mga reports, no, relating to the accounts of transactions of Vice President Sara Duterte and Attorney Manscarpio. Can we refer to the cover letter first, and we'd like you to read it in full for the benefit of everyone.
Right, the Executive Director Benaventura is directed to read the letter that is in relation to the submission of the documents.
Subject subpoena ad testificandum et Duces Tecum issued by the House of Representatives Committee on Justice in relation with the impeachment proceedings against Vice President Sara Z. Duterte. This refers to the issuance of the House of Representatives Committee on Justice of the subpoena ad testificandum et Duces Tecum in relation to the verified complaints for impeachment against Vice President Sara Z. Duterte, requiring the Anti-Money Laundering Council or AMLC to submit, bring, or before 22 April 2026, 10 a.m., the original or certified true copies of all reports of covered transactions and suspicious transactions reported by any and all banks to the Anti-Money Laundering Council or AMLC involving Sara Duterte, Carpio, and or Manasseh Carpio, covering the period starting from 2006 to 2025, and any and all investigations or reports or related reports or documents prepared by AMLC involving the reported covered transactions and suspicious transactions. In compliance with the subpoena, the AMLC formally transmits the original and or certified true copies of the following documents. So Annex A, covered transaction report, CTRs and suspicious transaction reports or STRs for the period 2006 to 2025. Annex B, financial intelligence reports on Vice President Sara Duterte Carpio and Annex C investigation reports on A. Manasseh Carpio and B. Sara Duterte Carpio and Manasseh Carpio. We also provide the following summary. For Sara Duterte Carpio, number of CTRs 313, number of STR 17, total amount involved 3,772,760,972 pesos and 48 centavos. Total amount of inflow 1,832,539,360 pesos and 45 centavos. Total amount of outflow 1,211,365,529 pesos and 75 centavos. For Manasseh Carpio, number of CTRs 317, number of STRs 16, total amount involved 2,998,466,740 and 47 centavos. Total amount of inflow 2,592,904 2,592,904,434 pesos and 24 centavos. Total amount of outflow 343,315,781 pesos and 7 centavos. Total for both 630, number of CTRs 630, number of STRs 33, total amount involved 6,721,227,712.95 and 95 centavos. Total amount of inflow 4,453,794 and 69 centavos. Total amount of outflow 1,554,681,310 and 82 centavos. There are undetermined inflow or outflow transactions based on our system, but we see transaction movement, so we categorize it as undetermined. So that is 791,102,607 and 44 centavos.
Just for the record, ED, are the figures accurate? Yes or no?
As of we submitted today, yes.
They're accurate.
Based on the records, yes.
You're saying yes?
Based on the records,
That's
yes.
for the record.
Madam Chair, wala po yung sa SALN
Honorable Shua, do you want to be recognized?
Sinasabi ko lang po, di wow.
Madam Chair, if I may be allowed to proceed.
Wait. The floor is with the Honorable Riton.
Thank you for reading for the record the cover letter. But
You will be called Vice Chair Dumogan after the Honorable Riton.
It's not a question. May we be furnished copies of
Yes.
that report submitted for our guidance?
May we direct the COMSEC to please provide copy of the cover letter, at least para mabilis, no? Because the attachments are really voluminous. Kindly provide Justice members copy of the cover letter.
Madam Chair,
Is this a point of order?
regarding the
Because the floor is with the Honorable Tino.
just with regard to the request for copies.
Yes.
Kasi actually, kanina pa kahit yung mga SALN, bibigyan daw kami, pero hindi rin naman nabigyan pa.
I think the photocopier is in the other building.
Yes, baka pwede po yung e-copy na muna kung meron.
Email.
Baka mas mabilis.
Okay.
Opo.
COMSEC,
Para may reference kami.
kindly send soft copy to the corresponding email accounts of the Justice members of the available documents already. Honorable Ridon, you may proceed.
okay, ngayon naman po pag-usapan po natin yung mga detalye. Nito po nga mga transactions po na ito. I have a document with me which is titled Confidential Information Sharing, subject Vice President Sara Duterte and Manasseh R. Carpio. Do you have the same copy, Executive
Yes, Madam
Director
Chair.
Benaventura?
Yeah.
Can we flash the document on the screen, please, Secretariat?
So we would want to direct the executive director not to read the entirety of it because it is a bit voluminous, but we would want him to read particular portions of it. I refer you to page 2 of the document, Summary of Transactions. Can you read from that point until...
Can we flash the document referred to by the Honorable Ridon? Comsec, please be directed as well to provide a copy of the summary of transactions to the justice members.
Can we suspend so that we can flash the document for the benefit of everyone, Madam Chair?
Comsec, please flash the document, summary of transactions.
Madam Chair, can we suspend until we can flash the document to the screen, please?
Hearing is temporarily suspended. Wala ba kayo? Ba't ang tagal? Hearing is resumed. While we are waiting for the document subject matter of the clarificatory questions of the Honorable Ridon, with the indulgence of the Honorable Ridon, we recognize first the Honorable T.S. Janet Garin.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat din po, Congressman Terry Ridon, for the quick interjection. While we are waiting for the documents, Madam Chair, may I propound some clarificatory questions to the AMLC representative. Kanina po nasabi niya, covered transaction reports and suspicious transaction reports. Pag sinabi po covered, nasabi niyo may basihan. Tama po ba o mali?
Tama po. Ito po yung lahat ng transaction kapag nireport ng bangko, kailangan lagpas 500,000 pesos.
At pag sinabing covered, Madam Chair, ang ibig po ba sabihin nun ay tinignan nyo pero merong basihan or justifiable na legal ang transaction na ito? Tama po ba o hindi? Covered transaction reports.
Sa report lang po ng bangko sa amin, hindi po namin ma-determine at that point.
Okay. When we say suspicious transaction reports, ano po ba, Madam Chair, ang pagkakaiba ng covered transaction reports vis-a-vis suspicious transaction reports?
So, unang-una po, yung suspicious transaction reports, wala po siyang halaga. It can be below 500,000, maaari pong 10,000, 20, 30, 50. Maaari din pong sobrang laki na lumagpas din ng 500,000. Pero ang pinagkaiba po niya sa suspicious transaction, ang tinitingnan po natin or ng covered person or ng bangko na nagre-report, meron bang mga kahinahinala na mga transaction or galaw doon sa kanyang galaw ng kliyente niya. So kasama na po dito yung mga nabanggit ko kanina na enumeration na nabanggit po kanina ng tanong po. Pero nagbigay rin po ako ng halimbawa na medyo madali masundan. Halimbawa nga po yung kung meron pumasok o lumabas na pera pero walang malinaw na basihan o pinanggalingan or fondasyon kung bakit meron kang ganitong transaksyon.
Yeah. If The Secretariat is not yet ready, Madam Chair. May I proceed to my next clarificatory question? Nakasaad kanina sa cover letter nyo ang sinabi nyong financial intelligence reports. Can the Honorable Representative from AMLAC define what a financial intelligence report means?
Ang Financial Intelligence Report po ay isang report na ginagawa ng aming mga analyst na kinukuha nila ang mga transactions na na-report sa amin, tinitignan, ina-analyze, meron bang patterns, meron bang galaw na kakaiba, o normal lang ba ito? So, meron po silang mga points of analysis. So, they will prepare this financial investigation report based solely on the reports provided and reported to us by the covered persons like banks.
And these are included in the documents that you have submitted, sir?
Tama po. Meron kaming naisubmit po.
So, Madam Chair, maybe the Secretariat is already ready?
May we know if the Secretariat is ready to flash the summary of transactions? Comsec? Not yet ready? Would you like to proceed, Honorable Diaz-Garin?
Let me proceed. Kasi nga, hinihintay nga natin yung mga kopya. Kapag sinabing financial intelligence reports, makikita ba natin dito o nakasaad ba dito yung bakit pinagdududahan ng AMLAC yung transaction na ito?
Meron na pong konting analysis po yun. So, maaari pong may...
Yeah, Madam Chair, let me repeat my question. Yung tanong ko po, nakasaad po ba doon sa financial intelligence report kung bakit pinagdududahan ng AMLAC ang transaksyon na ito?
Apo, meron po.
Yeah. Although not directly related, Madam Chair, but in the exercise of their function, may I inquire from AMLAC, ano po ba usually ang mga kausa or the causes kapag kayo ay nagdududa? These are transactions related to what, Madam Chair?
Una-una po is kapag itong transaction na to ay may kinalaman sa mga predicate crimes o yung mga krimen na nakasaad sa AMLA.
Pwede po ba natin himayin, Madam Chair? Ano po ba ang sinasabing predicate crime? Magbigay po tayo ng halimbawa.
Sa batas po, may sa Anti-Money Laundering Act, may nakalagay ng mga krimen na pinanggagalingan nitong mga proceeds ng mga illegal na activity. At ilan po sa mga predicate crimes na meron tayo ay bribery, corruption, fraud, drugs, kidnapping for ransom, plunder, robbery, extortion, huweteng, masyaw, violation of tax crime.
Income galing sa negosyo, yan po ba covered ng suspicious or covered transaction o hindi?
Kapag po lumagpas ng 500,000 yung isang transaksyon, ire-report po yun as covered transaction.
Pero tinitingnan nyo kung siya ba napasok bilang income sa mga negosyo na nakasaad?
Ang bangko po yung unang nakakakita nun dahil sila po yung may kliyente doon sa individual na yun at yung bangko po yung nagre-report sa amin.
And in other words, again, is the Secretariat ready or not yet?
They are ready.
Okay, I submit, Madam Chair.
We are temporarily suspending the clarificatory questions of the Honorable Garin to give back the floor to Honorable Terry Riton. Please flash the document summary of transactions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May we request the Executive Director to read number 2 to number 7 of this particular report.
Summary of transactions. VP Sara's accounts generated a total of 371 large transactions and 30 suspicious transactions from 13 October 2005 to 20 January 2026 with transaction amounts reaching as high as 55.158 million. Additionally, transactions involving other parties' accounts wherein VP Sara was identified as the beneficiary and or counterparty, comprised 15 large transactions and one suspicious transaction from 20 June 2006 to 2 April 2025, with amounts reaching up to 7.44 million. Historical trend of transaction reports, a review of the AMLC database records show a total of 417 transactions amounting to approximately 3.92 billion from 2005 to 2026, reflecting substantial financial activity over a long period. Transaction activity was relatively limited in the earliest years, with only one transaction recorded in 2005, 540,000 before increasing significantly starting 2007 when transaction values surged to 208.15 million. Financial movements intensified between 2009 and 2013 with consistently high annual totals exceeding 400 million, including notable peaks in 2009, 704.82 million, 2010, 648.58 million, and 2011, 597.15 million. Activity gradually moderated from 2014 onward, with annual transaction values generated ranging between 40 million and 85 million, except for smaller movements in 2023, 4.78 million, and 2025, 1.06 million. A moderate uptick was again observed in 2024, 13.45 million, before declining in 2025 and early 2026, indicating reduced financial activity in the most recent period.
Kindly read the year-on-year amounts and number of transactions from 2005 to 2026 and also the grand total before proceeding.
Year 2005, number of transactions 1, amount 540,000. 2006, number of transactions 12, 185,485,299.4 pesos and 42 centavos. 2007, number of transactions 14, 208,154,545 pesos and 99 centavos.
Before proceeding, I'd like to state for the record that the net worth of the Vice President as stated in the SALN for 2007 is only 7.250 million. Please proceed.
2008, number of transactions 7, 46,901,376. 2009, 27 transactions.
Before proceeding, I'd like to state for the record that for 2008, the net worth of the Vice President, as stated in her 2008 SALN, was only 18.493 million pesos. Please proceed. 2009.
2009, number of transactions 27, amount 704,928,792 and pesos and 32 centavos.
We would like to state for the record that for 2009, the net worth of the Vice President then was 18.281 million as stated in her 2009 SALN. Please proceed.
Those manifestations are noted by the committee.
2010, number of transactions 34, amount 648,582,662.40.
Before proceeding, I'd like to state for the record that for 2010, the net worth of the Vice President then was 16.242 million as stated in her 2010 SALN. Please proceed.
Manifestation is noted.
2011, number of transactions 26, 597,152,536 pesos and 97 centavos.
I'd like to state for the record that for 2011, the SALN net worth of the Vice President was 14.271 million as stated in her 2011 SALN.
Manifestation is noted.
Please proceed.
2012, number of transactions 15, the amount 407,875,524 and 23 centavos.
Before proceeding, we'd like to state for the record that the net worth of the Vice President for 2011 was 14,271,000,000 as stated in her 2011 SALN. Please proceed.
Manifestation is noted.
2012, number of transactions 15, amount 407,875,524 pesos and 23 centavos. For 2013, number of transactions 14, amount 406,864,909 pesos and 28 centavos. 2014, number of transactions 15, amount is 252,427,031 pesos and 76 centavos. 2015, number of transactions 25, amount 85,141,813. 2016, number of transactions 13, amount 46,407,353 and 81 centavos. 2017, number of transactions.
Before proceeding, we'd like to state for the record that the net worth of the Vice President in 2016 was 34,895,000 as stated in her 2016 SALN. Please proceed.
In 2017, there are 22 transactions amounting 46,391,903 pesos and 32 centavos.
If I may interrupt, this is only up to 2015, the table which is shown on the screen.
On the other side po, Madam Chair.
To be clear, there's a third column po.
Yes, you may proceed, Honorable Reader.
No, we can flash the table again.
Kindly flash the table.
No, to be clear po, there's a column, next column po. You can see 2016 in the next column.
The next column after 2015
Yeah.
should be 2016. Secretariat, please.
No, it's flashed on the screen, Madam Chair. It's correct. We can go back to that particular slide.
Is it on the right? Oh,
Yes,
okay.
it's correct, Madam Chair.
It's on the right side, 2016.
Yes. Are you done stating 2017 or no? Not yet.
2017, 22 transactions, 46,391,903 pesos and 32 centavos.
Before proceeding, Madam Chair, we'd like to state for the record that the net worth of the Vice President then for 2017 was 44,828,000 as stated in her 2017 SALN. Please proceed.
Manifestation is noted.
2018, number of transactions 26, amount 48,717,694 pesos and 84 centavos.
Before proceeding, we'd like to state for the record that the net worth of the Vice President then was 49,699,000 as stated in her 2018 SALN. Madam Chair, please proceed.
Manifestation is noted.
In 2019, number of transactions 34, the amount is 60,231,229 pesos and 77 centavos.
Before proceeding, we'd like to state for the record that the 2019 net worth of the Vice President was 55,613,000 as stated in her 2019 SALN. It is further noted that it was stated that she had no cash or deposits in that particular 2019 SALN. Please proceed.
Manifestation is noted.
In 2020, there are 29...
Madam Chair, can I...
Honorable Diaz Suarez.
I just didn't catch the manifestation of Kong Terry. Can you repeat that statement again?
Honorable Ridon.
Further, we state for the record that for 2019, it was stated there that there was no cash on hand or there was no cash deposits in our 2019 SALN. Madam Chair.
Am I right to hear no cash deposits?
No cash deposits.
In her SALN?
In the SALN.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Madam Chair.
Please proceed, ED, for 2020, please.
For 2020, number of transactions 29, the amount is 58,443,465 pesos and 89 centavos.
Before proceeding, we'd like to state for the record that for 2020, the SALN of the Vice President stated a net worth of 56,583,000 as stated in her 2020 SALN. Further, the SALN does not state cash on hand and cash deposits, Madam Chair.
Manifestation is noted.
Please proceed. 2021.
Quick interjection, Madam Chair. Honorable Diaz-Garin, just to be clarified, to compare the statement of our AMLAC Executive Director vis-a-vis the question of the Honorable Ridon, ang ibig po ba sabihin dito base sa dokumento ng AMLC or ng AMLAC, merong transaksyon or merong kaperahan at ito ay dumadaan sa bangko?
Tama po.
It's a yes.
Yes.
So hindi po pwedeng itong datos nyo ay hindi dumaan sa bangko.
Tama
Does
po.
it necessarily mean a bank or any financial company?
Banks po.
And Madam Chair, Congressman Ridon was earlier saying that in the SALN, it was mentioned cash deposit zero or walang laman. Did I hear it right, Madam Chair, from Cong Ridon?
Honorable Ridon.
There is, to be very clear, there is no line item that there is cash or cash on hand or cash deposits.
So my
in the
question, Madam
SALN.
Chair, to AMLAC, sigurado po ba kayo dun sa pinapakita niyong datos? Dahil sa SALN nakasaad na wala, tapos dito may sinasabi kayong meron. Are you sure of the figures?
Sure po. This
Thank you,
is based
Madam
on records, Madam Chair.
We may proceed to 2021. ED, please state the amounts.
For 2021, there are 30 transactions amounting to 52,893,074 pesos and 94 centavos.
Before proceeding, would state for the record that the net worth for 2021 of the Vice President was 65,108,000 as stated in her 2021 SALN. There's also no line item for cash and cash on hand, cash deposits in this particular SALN, Madam Chair.
The manifestation is noted.
Please proceed with 2022 ED.
2022 number of transactions, 25, amount 41,668,247 and 94 centavos.
We'd like to state for the record that the net worth of the Vice President for 2022 as stated in her SALN was 71,058,000. Further, we note that there is no line item that states that she had cash on hand or cash deposits in the 2022 SALN, Madam Chair.
Manifestation is noted.
Proceed to 2023, ED please.
2023 number of transactions for amount 4,778,500 pesos.
Madam Chair, for the record, the net worth of the Vice President for 2023 as stated in her SALN was 77,508,000 and further there is no line item stating cash on hand or cash deposit. Madam Chair.
Manifestation is noted.
Please proceed 2024 ED.
2024 number of transactions 28, amount 13,453,000.
We would like to state for the record, Madam Chair, that the net worth of the Vice President was 88,512,000 stated in her 2024 SALN. Further, we note that there is no line item indicating cash on hand or cash deposits, Madam Chair.
Manifestation is noted.
Please read until the end of the table.
2025 number of transactions 14, amount 1,062,000 pesos. 2026 number of transactions 2, amount 3,454,350 pesos. Grand total number of transactions 417, amount 3,920,955 pesos. 3,920,955,311.88 centavos.
Thank you for reading the table. You may proceed with the next part of the report.
Honorable Ridon, I understand that the committee secretariat prepared the matrix in line with your manifestation. Net worth vis-a-vis
cash or bank deposit declaration vis-a-vis transaction per report of AMLC. So if the committee secretary is ready, kindly flash just to conclude the clarificatory questions raised by the Honorable Ridon, including his manifestations. May we know if the secretariat is ready?
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
The Honorable Amben Amante.
I have one question for AMLAC. Ilang accounts po ba itong pinag-uusapan po natin?
Again, we are pertaining to transactions and not accounts. So, to all the justice members, please be guided.
Okay, thank
The
you.
subject matter of the subpoena is not account. It's transactions.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Just one clarificatory question, Madam Chair.
Maybe the executive director can answer first. Honorable Ridon, we're waiting for the matrix.
All right.
The floor is still with the Honorable Ridon. We're just trying to make use of the time. Iggy, the question of the Honorable Amben is the number of transactions. If you can answer that question, how many transactions is involved or contained in your report?
Madam Chair, not transactions, kundi accounts.
But the subject matter of our subpoena is not account.
Okay.
The subject matter is transaction.
Okay, Madam Chair.
So will you pursue your question? No more?
No more, Madam Chair.
Okay, with the indulgence of the Honorable Ridon, while waiting for the matrix to conclude your manifestations in the report of Executive Director Buenaventura, may I call first the Honorable Sara Ilago.
Yes, Madam Chair. I'd like to pursue the query of Representative Amben, but now in regards to transactions.
Yes.
So, does this cover, do these transactions cover withdrawals? Yes or no? Outflow.
It includes withdrawals.
Deposits, Madam Chair, yes or no?
Yes, Madam Chair, included as well.
Purchases, what about purchases?
Yes, Madam Chair. For ease of reference, the list of the nature of the transactions will be found in the next page, which is page 3 of the report.
Yes.
So there are different transactions there.
I understand that the reference that was used by the AMLC in the report is inflow and outflow. So perhaps for consistency, let us confine to the use of terminologies transaction, inflow, outflow.
Madam Chair, we don't have the copy of the rest of the report of the
Yes.
AMLC yet.
It is being reproduced.
All right.
So maybe we can go back, Honorable Ridon. Honorable Ridon, please proceed.
Yes, I think while waiting for the slides, the Executive Director can continue reading the rest of the report. Transaction report details, please.
Transaction report details. Transaction composition is largely driven by credit memos, 1.41 billion, debit memos, 1.3 billion, and fund transfers, 521 million in 521.86 million, followed by time deposit pre-terminations, 218.74 million, and miscellaneous transactions, 209.29 million. Other notable transactions include time deposit placements, 109.15 million, and time deposit payments, 109.15 million, as well as withdrawals, 62.79 million, and check deposits, 48.33 million. Madam Chair, just a manifestation.
May proceed.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair, it's hard to dissociate transactions from bank accounts. Kasi ang binabanggit po ng AMLC are deposits, actual withdrawals, actual payments which pertain to bank transactions. So it's very hard to separate bank transactions from bank accounts. That's my manifestation, Madam Chair.
Your manifestation is noted.
Madam Chair, just a clarification.
Honorable Ridon, are you... We will wait first for the matrix
We can actually
before you proceed.
We can actually proceed, Madam
Can
Chair.
we please allow first Honorable Ridon to finish with his clarificatory questions?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we can dispense with reading the table. We can proceed to number 5.
Meanwhile, insurance-related transactions, including sell life insurance policy, 43.42 million, and purchase of life insurance policy investments, 20 million are also present. Notable movements alongside purchase of checks, 20.03 million, loan payments, 18.23 million, and encashments, 15.10 million. Smaller value transactions include loan pre-terminations, check clearing, loan availments, cash deposits, collections, bills payments, credit card payments, bond purchases, salaries, pension credits, inward remittances, and credit card purchases.
Before proceeding with number 6, can you clarify po yung difference ng inflow transactions, because this is the subject of the next paragraph, versus the total transactions, which you had previously read for the record? What is the distinction between inflow transactions and the total amount of transactions?
Honorable Ridon, if I may interrupt, the table is ready to be flashed. Okay. Secretariat, please flash the matrix that is in accordance with the manifestation of the Honorable Ridon. Cash or bank deposit as declared in the SALN vis-a-vis transaction in the AMLC report vis-a-vis the total net worth likewise in the SALN.
Yes, just before proceeding, Madam Chair, I think we would want to particularly note that from 2007, when we had received copies of the SALN, the net worth of the Vice President was just 7,250,000. But there were transactions that had gone through her accounts amounting to 208 million pesos. I think the same is clear in the other years, no? We'd like to highlight, for example, 2009. She had a SALN of 18.8 million, but 704 million had gone through her accounts. We'd like to state for the record as well, 2010, net worth of 16.2 million, but the transactions going into her accounts was 648 million. For 2011, 14.2 million, the transactions going into her accounts were 597 million. For 2012, net worth is 22.1 million, but going into her accounts in 2012 was 407 million. I think the same is true in other years, Madam Chair. It is just a bit smaller, but it speaks to the clear disparity from what had been stated in the year-on-year SALN's net worth of the Vice President, Madam Chair. Just for the record and before proceeding. Madam Chair.
From the AMLC. With regards to your reported transactions, does it mean cash transactions? It's just a yes or a no?
No, not only cash transactions.
Not necessarily cash. Honorable Ridon, are you finished with your...
No, we will deal with the rest.
Let's allow him to finish first, and then I will call you Honorable Sir.
We will deal with the rest of the report, Madam Chair, because this is just about VP Sara. There are two personalities in the report, including Attorney Carpio. Please proceed with inflow transactions. Number 6.
inflow transactions, a review of the identified inflow transactions shows total inflows of approximately 1.51 billion with identified inflow activity identified only during the period 2006 to 2022. These inflows largely dominated by credit memo transactions amounting to 1.41 billion, which account for majority of the recorded inflows. Other notable sources of inflows include check deposits totaling 48.33 million, transactions amounting to 45.73 million, and cash deposits of 4.95 million, while fund transfers 6 million, inward remittances 0.99 million, and salaries, pension credits 1.05 million represent relatively minor portions of the total inflow.
Yes, meron po dito nakikita natin yung mga inflows, no? Maganda po siguro, we can read for the record as well. Kasi magkakaiba po ito, hindi po ba? From doon sa binasa ho nating nauna. Ito po yung inflow transactions. Ibig sabihin, ito yung mga pumasok na mga kaperahan sa mga accounts. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Sige po, you can just read the grand total from 2006 to 2022, please.
So for 2006, grand total 122,156,866 pesos and 28 centavos. 2007, 105,094,767 pesos and 87 centavos. 2008, 22,225,157.35. 2009, 372,464,396 pesos and 16 centavos. 2010, 323,282,749.01. 2011, 215,637,944.42. 2012, 199,058,755.08. 2013, 96,852,782.94. 2014, 2,500,000 pesos. 2015, 23,796,782.94. 2016, 9,066,071.43. 2017, 9,866,071.43. 2018, 3,500,000. 2019, 6,293,000. 2020, 1 million. 2021, 800,000. 2022, 1,003,000 pesos 967.31. A grand total 1,514,599 1,514,599,312 pesos and 22 centavos.
Siguro po na malinaw, Executive Director Benaventura, ibig sabihin mo ba from 2006 to 2022, ito po yung pumasok na kaperahan sa account ni Vice President Sara, 1.5 billion over the course of these years. Tama po ba?
Tama po.
Ngayon naman po, puntahan ho natin yung investment-related activities. Bago tayo mag-proceed, labas po ho ba ito doon sa total transactions o kasama na po ito?
Kasama na po. Kasama.
So inclusive, no?
Apo, inclusive po.
Siguro po, can we read for the record yung paragraph 12, investment-related activities?
Madam Chair, with the kind interjection of Honorable Ridon, just a very quick clarification.
With the indulgence of the Honorable Ridon, okay lang ba?
Yes, please proceed.
Honorable Sendanya is recognized.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you very much, Representative Ridon. I'm looking at the third column in the previous table, yung pong column on check deposits. Can we flash it again? The inflow that was...
Please flash.
Ayan po yung third column. Pwede po bang pakilagay dun sa mga taon ng 2019 to 2022? Ayan.
2019 to 2022. Nakikita ko po dito, tama po ba, may we request the Executive Director to please read the entries for the check deposits for 2019 to 2022.
For 2019, 6,293,000. For 2020, 1 million. For 2021, 800,000. For 2022, 1,03,967 pesos and 31 centavos.
Pakituloy na po hanggang 2023 and 2024.
Flash the 2023 and 2024?
Wala na po. Sige po. Dito lamang po sa Madam Chair, very quick observation. From 2019 to 2022, meron po mga cash deposit na na-flag sa account ni VP Sara Duterte. At ito rin po yung panahon na batay sa kanyang SALN ay walang nakalagay na entry sa cash on hand tsaka cash in bank. I just want to put that on record, Madam Chair.
We note the manifestation of the Honorable Sendanya.
Sige po, we can proceed to investment-related activities. Can we read number 12, please?
An analysis of investment-related transactions from 2010 to 2025 shows total investment inflows of approximately 327.89 million, significantly exceeding investment outflows of 111.15 million. Investment inflows were particularly substantial in the earlier years, with 106.64 million recorded in 2010 and 106.68 million in 2011, followed by smaller inflows in 2012, 2.43 million, and 2013, 2.99 million. A renewed period of investment activity emerged from 2018 to 2022, during which both inflows and outflows were recorded annually at nearly equivalent amounts, ranging from 18.15 million to 24.12 million. Notably, 2023 onwards recorded no investment movements, indicating a cessation of investment activity in the most year.
Sige po, pasukin na po natin yung total na lang nito po investment-related activities. Ano yung inflow nito? Can you read it for the record, please?
Yung grand total, Madam Chair?
Yes po.
Perhaps we need to flash again the table in the cover letter. If Honorable Rudan is asking for the total.
This po muna. Yung
for this item, okay.
Yung inflow po ng investment-related activities.
For grand total of inflow, 327,888,459 pesos and 67 centavos.
Sige po, before proceeding to the accounts of transactions of Attorney Carpio,
alright,
very relevant po, Madam Chair, na banggitin po natin, no?
Is this for whose
This is just for Vice President Sara.
This is for the responded Vice President.
Yes, Madam.
Tama po.
And now you're proceeding to the transaction of the husband.
Madam Chair. Yeah, but we just wanted to summarize po for
Please proceed.
Vice President Sara. So to be clear, ED, ito pong total transaction amounts, no? Grand total ay 3,920 million. Tama po ba? Total transactions. Vice President Sara Duterte.
Based on record, 3,920,555,311.88 based on record po.
Tama po. Ang susunod po yung inflows, can you state it again for the record? Ito po ba yung 1,514 million?
Based on record, it's 1,514,599,312 pesos and 22 centavos.
At ito po investment-related activities. Ang total inflow po nito ay 327 million. Can you read it again, the entirety?
Based on records po, it's 327,888,456 pesos and 67 centavos.
At salamat po. Pinapabanggit po natin ito for the record, Madam Chair, dahil kailangan po natin ibangga ito pong amounts na ito doon po sa 88 million net worth ng atin pong pangalawang Pangulo to date. No? Ibabangga din po natin ito doon sa year-on-year na net worth ng atin pong pangalawang Pangulo mula po noong 2007. At makikita po natin dito na kahit mag-usap po tayo sa total transactions, mag-usap po tayo sa total inflows, kahit mag-usap po tayo doon sa total investment activities ng ating pong pangalawang Pangulo on her transactions, hindi po magbabangga doon po sa kabuuan ng kanya pong net worth at 88 million at doon po sa mas maliit pa nga na mga net worth in a previous reporting. So we can proceed, Madam Chair, to the transactions of Attorney Carpio.
Madam Chair, before we proceed,
With the indulgence of the Honorable Ridon, may we recognize Honorable D.S. Biron.
yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick clarification to our ED. Nakita natin that the bulk of the inflows came from credit memo. Is that correct to say, ED, that this credit memo amounting to 1.4 billion came from an existing account directly deposited to the account of VP Sara?
That we cannot confirm at the moment. We have to verify that specific transactions.
And if the verification proves that it came from an existing account deposited directly to the account, would you be able to tell us or reveal to us kung isang account ito, dalawang account, or it came from a common account? Is that possible?
We can check, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Honorable D.S. Biron.
Ma'am, Madam Chair, point of
The Honorable
clarification.
D.S. J.J. Suarez.
Yeah. Ma'am, para lang po maunawaan ko po yung proseso ng pagre-report. Ito pong mga tinatalakay na covered or suspicious transactions, ito po ay inire-report sa inyo ng bangko o AMLAC ang nagpa-flag nito? Paano po bang sistema?
Bangko po ang nagre-report dito sa email.
So, therefore, the bank determines kung ano yung mga considered na flag, suspicious, tapos nire-report sa inyo.
Tama po.
Okay.
Lawyers.
Mahalaga po kasi malaman yon, Madam Chair, kasi upang maunawaan natin na yung bangko mismo ang nagpapadala ng report nito sa AMLAC. And it's not AMLAC looking into the specific accounts of these individuals. Am I right to state that, Madam Chair? Okay. Thank you. So, sa madaling salita, para mas maunawaan po ng tao, hindi po iniimbestigahan ng AMLAC yung mga specific na bank accounts. Yung mismong report, ang pinanggagalingan po nito ay yung bangko mismo. Sila ang nagre-report sa AMLAC. At ang nakakapagtaka po, Madam Chair, para yatang hindi nagtutugma yung kwento sa kwenta. Dahil sa SALN kanina na binabanggit po ng ating kasamahan na si Congressman Terry Ridon, may mga sinabi na wala na may cash on hand, kaso lang base sa pasok at labas ng pera, mas malaki po yung nai-report ng AMLAC at ng mga bangko sa AMLAC kaysa sa lumalabas sa SALN. So, pwede ko rin po bang masabi, Madam Chair, na maaari AMLAC na hindi pa kumpleto ang report kasi ang sabi niyo po, bangko lang po nagre-report sa inyo. So there may be other transactions that may have not been reported to you because they may have thought that those were not suspicious, neither were they flagged. Am I right to assume that?
Tama po, because ang nire-report na po ng bangko sa AMLC ay halimbawa yung mahigit 500,000 or kung suspicious. Kung hindi po mahigit sa 500,000 yan, hindi po i-report sa AMLAC. So maaari po o maaari rin wala na meron transaction na mas mababa pa sa 500,000 na hindi na po na-report sa amin.
Di ba maaari din pong sabihin na pwede pang lumobo tong numero na to? Kung mas lalong bubusisiin at titingnan dahil maaaring hindi na flag ng banking institution yung specific na transaction dahil sa pananaw nila hindi ito suspicious o covered ng kanilang criteria. Tama po ba yun, AMLAC?
Hindi ko po masabi pero theoretically, posible po.
Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Honorable Ridon.
Madam Chair, just expedite the reporting on Attorney Carpio. Can we just state for the record, going to page 7 of this report, can we just state for the record the grand total of the transactions from 2007 to 2026?
Is that part of the content of the report?
Yes.
The total
It is
transaction.
page
Yes,
7.
Madam Chair, yes. The grand total is 403, number of transactions 403. The amount is 3,129,984,775 pesos and 34 centavos.
All right. Can we go to the inflow transactions of Attorney Carpio? Page 10. Can you read it for the record, please? The grand total.
Grand total for inflow transactions 201,911,860.37.
Okay, maraming salamat. Ito po ba ay mga accounts na at transactions na hiwalay po doon sa mga transactions po ni Vice President Sara? Ibig sabihin, baka naman kasi meron silang joint accounts, no? So hindi ba ito nakakumingle doon po sa mga nauna na po ninyong mga binanggit na reports, no? O